1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Even if it's not the end. So what do you have? One thing, like in a very the witness. Oh, the so that way, they all when you say I think yes. So you know you are in a hope for you get to be I do that was the more yeah no it's in there never quite there yeah no but the way you said that but when you I have just told you there sometimes because no I don't know something is very bad. It's very good to me but otherwise you say this here well so the number all have to say you what is the most no more that name was Kanava. So the American we are used to what's that you put no so we are name I think they are members in the kati azikuweereza ndozi mperizo n'omugaa zikukwasa n'abibadde nakirazi then ngenda kudenge kusanga bwaba yagitadde senior members. And then I'm on. Okay, I will. You read about the law of this demo? So yes, it's all wonderful. Yes, ono atanavula naye kati ngenda kumukolera kuota akukola kuota
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker. prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this town. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. As you know, we are about to go for recess of Christmas. We have a lot of business which is pending, and want to ensure that we do handle that business before we go for recess. And therefore, because of that, I will not, today and tomorrow, we shall not have matters of national importance. We shall have them on Thursday when the Prime Minister and team are here to handle members' issues. Secondly, I will amend the order paper, accommodate the first reading of the sports bill by the Minister of Education. And with that, let me call upon the Minister to come and perform that duty.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to lay the sports bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Physical Activity and Sports Bill 2022 be read for the first time.
I need to know whether you have the copy of the bill. I need to know whether you have the certificate.
Right Honorable
Financial
Speaker,
implication.
I want to confirm that I have a copy of the bill which I'm going to lay on table, and also have a certificate of financial implication from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes.
The Physical
Macho,
Activity and Sports Bill 2022.
Yes. So the bill is referred to the Committee on Education and Sports, and our rules still apply, because committee chair and the team ensure that you do harmonize with the bill which was presented by the private member. Now, because in this bill, we do have clauses which were limiting the private member. We do have clauses which the private member had been limited by Article 93 of the Constitution. That is clauses with a charge on the consolidated fund. Our government will take over the private members' bill. We consolidate, we harmonize, but our rules still stand, so 45 days. So, Honorable Minister, committee chair and the team, ensure that you expeditiously continue on this activity. Next item.
Item number 3.
On which point, Honorable Sarah? You see, I need to know the point before I allow you to access the microphone. I've not had any communication, Honorable Sarah. Oh, colleagues, I beg your indulgence. You can see, colleagues, you can see, I had a lot of issues which I would have communicated, but I've told you the reason. We do have a lot of business which is pending, and we are about to go for recess. We need to clear this business. So I beseech you, let's cooperate so that we focus on the business that is substantive on the order paper. Okay? So next item,
Item number 3.
Under which rule procedure? Under which rule?
Mr. Speaker, there was a demonstration yesterday in Busia Market
Honorable, under which rule?
concerning the value addition factory, Mr. Speaker. But let me build the foundation, Mr. Speaker, then give the rule, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
No. Honorable colleague, please. Let's have an orderly house, please. I request you. But on Thursday, I'll give you an opportunity. You raise all these issues. Many came, and this is what I started with. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, this relates to the bill that has been laid for the first reading. We have had ministers here laying air. So the procedure issue I am raising is whether we have ascertained that actually that certificate of financial implication is a certificate of financial implication. Because we have had here ministers laying air. Someone claims I am laying when they are laying nothing.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable, I want to reassure you that the certificate is genuine. They had first bring it to my office to verify. I can pass it on, a copy, for your satisfaction. You can give a member, but you're not a sergeant at arms. Please, and you return my copy. Yes, Honorable Sarah, you had the procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you will excuse me. You returned from Maputo, and as soon as you returned, you lost your brother-in-law. You were not in the house. I just wanted to use this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to welcome you back from Maputo and thank you for representing Uganda and Africans and our African values, Right Honorable Speaker. You actually performed very well and we want to appreciate you for representing us effectively. You are actually being discussed all over the globe. The video, that video is where you spoke, has gone viral. And Right Honorable Speaker, I request that you will allow us then on Thursday to formally move a motion to thank you for the work that you performed while in Maputo representing this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah. To begin with, I'm uncomfortable presiding over motions where I'm being thanked personally. So I'm uncomfortable with that because I can't judge my own case. But number two, I want to appreciate you and colleagues who supported us in this. A report is being prepared. I think it's now ready. We are going to get time where we shall present it on the floor. Colleagues, on those issues, I request you, wherever you represent us internationally, be on the lookout. A lot of issues are being passed under the carpet and they are attributed to us. So be on the lookout and we shall continue defending our country and our values as a country. The final one?
Proceed under Article 2 of the Constitution. This is a supreme law.
No, please.
Even the rules are under
Please,
the Constitution.
Honorable Tewandeke, please. That's not how we work here.
So,
okay?
So right honorable.
The rules of procedure are for our own, our own conduct. Otherwise, you will go into funeral associations, someone invokes meetings of funeral associations. Also, the Constitution can be applied there. So, Honorable, your procedure matter?
So much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under Article 2, it talks about the supremacy of the Constitution. And after I was elected, I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the bills, we have passed here a number of bills following the rules of procedure and following this, the Constitution as mandates this Parliament. But the assenting authority has gone ahead to violate the Constitution, which I took oath to protect. Right Honorable Speaker, it is very clear under Article 91 sub-article 7, where you are mandated in your capacity to cause delay of the bill that has pended, and the president has not reacted by assenting. And we have passed a number of bills since February. Up to now, we are still tabling more and more. When shall we continue with the tendency of violating the constitution which we took to protect? I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. We know all the bills that have been passed. We know the bills the president has assented to, and we know the bills he has not yet assented to. As far as we are concerned as presiding officers who communicate to the president on these matters, he has not yet violated any law, because the bills we have sent and any ones which are about to be expired in terms of assent, we get in touch with him and he takes the necessary action. Next item.
Item number 3, statement by Minister on commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day, 9th December 2022.
Next item, clerk. You haven't called the next item? Oh, you called? Okay, Honorable Minister for Ethics and Integrity. 10 minutes.
I put on my mask. I can't put on. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Ministry of Ethics and Integrity, I want to join my sister to thank you so much for representing us in Maputo and for remaining firm. And I appeal to all the members that when we get out there, let's talk for it. Let's not shy out, because even here in our country, let's talk and let's champion it. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for that. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement I'm going to read is about the commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day, 9th December 2022. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in 2003, the United Nations General Assembly made a resolution designating 9th December as International Anti-Corruption Day for global observance to promote awareness about corruption, its dangers, and how to prevent and combat it. Since then, the anti-corruption agencies in Uganda, together with their stakeholders, commemorate the day annually. This is done through a series of activities to increase public awareness about the evils of corruption and promote public participation in the fight against corruption. Right Honorable Speaker and members, before I inform you about the Anti-Corruption Day, it is essential for me to give you the key achievements of the anti-corruption agencies since July 2020, especially with regard to recovery of public funds. The Inspectorate of Government investigated 26 high-profile cases and directed the recovery of Uganda shillings 18.2 billion from public officers who misused public funds. Uganda shillings 7.2 billion has so far been recovered and paid into the Inspectorate Asset Recovery Account. The Office of the Auditor General carried out 6,763 financial compliance audits, 23 value for money audits, 101 specialized engineering audits, 85 forensic special audits, and 9 IT audits over the last 3 financial years. Though these audits, loss of funds was averted and the amount of money recovered was Uganda shillings 175 billion. In addition, assets and cash amounting to Uganda shillings 4 billion was recovered during the audit. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions prosecuted 261 corruption cases, of which 168 were concluded, and 110 of them resulted in convictions, which represents a success rate of 82%. Resulting from the DPP's prosecutions, government recovered 10 billion Uganda shillings, US dollars 16,000, as well as a drugs valued at Uganda shillings 28 million. The Criminal Investigation Directorate of the Uganda Police Force registered a total of 318 cases, of which 56 were submitted to DPP and 23 were sanctioned for prosecution. Through prosecutions, a total of Uganda shillings 615 million has been recovered. State House Anti-Corruption Unit recovered a total of amount of 41.6 billion, of which 8.6 billion was from inflated COVID-19 relief food prices. Uganda shillings 4.5 billion from local governments. Uganda shillings 3.6 billion from inflated compensation of Bukasa inland port affected persons. Uganda shillings 2.9 billion worth of drugs which had been stolen from joint medical stores were recovered. State House Health Monitoring Unit has comprehensively monitored hospitals and health centers in 16 districts, and their findings are shocking. In Intungamo district, they discovered 33 ghost primary health centers, employing a total of 483 staff. The money that was paid out to these ghosts in terms of salaries and allowances amounted to Uganda shillings 480 million shillings. This matter is still being investigated and responses are awaited. In Nasana, Wakiso district, they registered a suspect and recovered essential medicines worth 1.5 billion. The suspect was charged with theft and impersonation. In Bugiri Hospital, a water pump valued at Uganda shillings 14 million, which had been stolen, was recovered and handed back to the hospital administration. In Mulago National Referral Hospital, investigations are ongoing into financial and human resource mismanagement. A report from the Auditor General reveals a loss of over 20 billion shillings. In Kampala, an individual masquerading as a medical doctor was arrested together with 4 nurses after they injected water disguised as COVID-19 vaccine in over 500 staff of banks, companies, and factories. The matter is before Nakawa Court. Financial Intelligence Authority received 3,627 suspicious transaction reports, out of which 186 reports relating to money laundering, corruption, fraud, and terrorism financing were sent to the law enforcement agencies for further action. 9 intelligence reports related to corruption were sent to the Inspectorate of Government, and their successful prosecution will lead to the possible recovery of Uganda shilling 6.4 billion. The Leadership Court Tribunal has concluded 10 cases through alternative dispute resolution and imposed fines totaling to Uganda shillings 10.9 million on the respondents, out of which Uganda shillings 5.9 million has been paid to the consolidated fund. The Directorate for Ethics and Integrity spearheaded amendment of the Leadership Code Act in 2021 to require all public officers to declare their income, assets, and liabilities to the IGG. And as a minister, I made regulations prescribing the declaration form. They coordinates implementation of the zero tolerance to corruption policy and has established integrity focal persons in all MDAs, whose role is to sensitize fellow staff on the values of integrity and corruption prevention measures. They coordinate a partnership with religious and faith organizations, civil society organizations, development partners, the private sector, and media institutions, which is the new strategy to fight corruption. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the theme for this year's anti-corruption campaign is Citizens Must Own Their War to eliminate corruption. it is their war. The objective is to make the war against corruption a people's war rather than a government war. In this campaign, the masses are being empowered through mass mobilization, education, and empowerment to take ownership of this war and fight it by demanding for better service delivery from duty bearers. The anti-corruption campaign runs for the whole of this financial year, and a number of activities have been and are still being undertaken. Africa Anti-Corruption Day, some of the activities. Africa Anti-Corruption Day, 11th July 2022, was commemorated with a national conference at Imperial Royal Kampala and attended by ambassadors from African countries, anti-corruption agencies, and non-state actors. National Interdenominational Prayers Against Corruption was organized on Friday, the 29th July 2022 at Kololo Independence Grounds. The chief guest was Her Excellency the Vice President, retired Major Honorable Jessica Lupo Epel. She officially launched the last Friday of July as the annual National Interdenominational Prayer Day Against Corruption, and officially launched the Anti-Corruption Campaign 2022-2023. The National Schools Anti-Corruption Challenge is being conducted in coordination with the National Debate Council to engage the youth in anti-corruption initiatives. The activity has already commenced at regional level. The grand final will take place in Parliament, where the students hold a debate with members of Parliament on the cause and effect of corruption in Uganda. Since the school term has ended, the grand final will be held in May 2023. Anti-corruption drives caravans will be conducted in district local governments to facilitate engagement with the citizens. The activities for the drives include community meetings and spot checks on service delivery. During the drives, service delivery clinics will be conducted where citizens' complaints will be received and where possible resolved on site. Those that cannot be resolved on site will be handled and a feedback given to the complainants. Media engagements are being conducted by the anti-corruption agencies to ensure effective communication to the citizens. The media engagements include dissemination of short anti-corruption videos, press briefings, radio and TV talk shows, and social media engagements. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, International Anti-Corruption Day will be commemorated on Friday, 9th December 2022 in Uganda district. The reason why Uganda was chosen to host the commemoration was because in the 2021 performance appraisal, it was rated the best performing local government in service delivery. The activities in Uganda district will commence on Thursday, 8th December 2022, with anti-corruption football and netball matches at Kagongo Primary School playground. On International Anti-Corruption Day, 9th December 2022, the activities will begin with a procession through Ibanda town. Thereafter, a rally will be held at Ibanda Integrated Primary School grounds, where an exhibition will also be held by the anti-corruption agencies, local governments, and non-state actors. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, was invited as the chief guest, but due to earlier scheduled engagements, as delegated Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to preside over the commemoration. The expected outcome of the anti-corruption campaign
Order, colleagues, let's listen to the minister.
The expected outcome of the anti-corruption campaign is improved citizen participation in anti-corruption initiatives, improved transparency and accountability in the delivery of public services, and improved service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, the estimated cost of anti-corruption campaign is Uganda shillings 1.909 billion. The budget for this commemoration of International Anti-Corruption Day is Uganda shillings 442 million, which has been provided by the government of Uganda to the Inspectorate of Government Danida has provided 150 million Uganda shillings to the IG to support the campaign activities. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the major challenge faced by the anti-corruption agencies is inadequate funding, which forces them to forego some of their planned activities. My prayer is for government to increase the funding of the anti-corruption agency so that they can effectively fight this vice, because the corrupt are richer than the agencies. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to invite you, the members of this House, to the commemoration of the International Anti-Corruption Day at Uganda Integrated Primary School in Uganda District on Friday, the 9th December 2022, beginning at 9:30 a.m. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you've given us very, very important and detailed information. My only concern is among the institutions fighting corruption, you've not listed the Parliament. The committees of Parliament, the money we've managed to recover, COSASE, Park, Central, Park, local government, trade, and all these committees is much, much more than the money you've mentioned here. And the money we've been able to block, that would have gone into corruption. So Parliament is your partner. Next time, please consider us. Number two, also in relation to the same, Parliament has given you all the necessary legislation. I had expected you to appreciate these honorable colleagues that passed 7 bills in 1 week that mainly focused on to define the issue of beneficial ownership, which is the biggest benchmark for hiding corruption anywhere in the world. So, Honorable Minister, yes, next time, remember Parliament is your partner.
Right Honorable Speaker, the members, the agencies which are fighting corruption in this country are very many, and Parliament is one of them. So we just had to get a few. Actually, we're about 23. My apologies.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my apologies.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, this being a very important issue, I will give you 30 minutes to look at it. And I'm starting with, yes, because I was going to call the shadow minister. So if Rob can do that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Rob, how many minutes?
No, I just want to offer information to the House and with the indulgence that the opposition have their right of reply tomorrow with your permission. The members debate the minister's statement, and we shall offer our opposition statement on the anti-corruption campaign.
Then Rob, the angle you're taking me on would be that we debate the debate tomorrow, because we have the debate tomorrow, so that your statement, your reply, can contribute to the debate, can guide us in the debate. Honorable colleagues, with that, let's have debate on this tomorrow. I'll give it a debate of 30 minutes. Okay?
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much. And I want to thank the minister. You are really corruption free, because this is the first report to bring even the money we're going to spend on the function. But Honorable Speaker, my guidance I'm seeking from you, in her statement, she has mentioned State House Anti-Corruption Unit, which is not a legal instrument coming from Parliament. We don't have any report coming from what that department or unit does as Parliament. So my guidance I'm seeking, whether the minister would be fair enough to provide some information or any reports they have that are not under Parliament, yet they are using taxpayers' money to carry those activities, so that if we get them, they can be tabled and we use them as our energizers to debate the statement was done from the opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable, we are not able to do that now. Let those be issues for debate. No, I'm responding to Honorable Seungu. Let those be issues for debate tomorrow, and then we can pick out very important aspects of the debate. We incorporate them into the business of the sector committees, and they end up coming here. Right enough, Honorable Seungu, you're vice chair of one of the accountability committees. Honorable Seungu, procedure.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 52 gives us an opportunity to debate this statement at least for 1 hour. I want to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, and the House to allow us have the debate. The statement by the shadow minister maybe can conclude it, but the appetite that I have today to debate this matter and because, Mr. Speaker, I looked at
Colleagues, let's listen to one another. Yes.
I looked at the order paper before I left home, and part of the reason I am here is because of this statement on corruption. Mr. Speaker, I want to persuade you to allow a debate today. The response can come tomorrow because the rules speak about the statement, not the response.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, Honorable Assembly number 1, Rule 52, which you've referred to, sub-rule 2, says we may. So it's at the discretion of the presiding officer, depending on the business I have for the day. So by the fact that I've allowed the debate, okay, and number 2, the unfortunate bit, I have no way of preserving your appetite until tomorrow. The rules don't provide me with that capacity, but I expect you to be here tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll be here. So since this was requested by the leader of government or of opposition, whom I believe that consults with the whips and the colleagues, let's allow, because you see, they are going to raise very important issues which would be embedded in a debate. And we have a balanced house. Instead of having a debate today, tomorrow law presents a statement, a reply, we again debate, you know, so let's have the debate tomorrow. Capture it and put it on order paper tomorrow. Next item.
Item number 4, laying of papers. Item 4.1.
Minister for Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 61(1)(b) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, I beg to lay on table the annual report on inflows, outflows, and assets of the Petroleum Fund for the period ended 30th June 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. In line with the Section 18, yes, of the Public Finance Management Act and Rule 173 of our Rules of Procedure, I refer it to the Committee on Budget. Clerk for Roman 2. For Roman 2. Procedure, Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not procedure actually, it's guidance. We used to refer this report to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'd like to seek your guidance whether the rules change.
You see, every member belongs to any committee, but Honourable Minister, I appreciate your guidance. So allow me to consult the rules quickly. I see, yeah, because even Committee on Budget can handle, but if the practice has been Committee on Finance, me make it very easy so that I refer it to the Committee on Finance. Okay.
Item 4.2.
They are all committees of this House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move under Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to lay on table the report, the Treasury Memorandum on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on public universities for the financial year ended 30th June 2020. I beg to lay.
Thank you. As per section 13 of the National Audit Act, I refer it to the committee, I refer it to the Auditor General, who will process it, do the audit again, and then refer it back to the House. Next.
Item 4.3.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move under section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 and lay on table the Treasury Memorandum on the report of the Committee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities, and State Enterprises on the two special audit reports on the operations of the departed Asian Property Custodian Board. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Referred to the Auditor General as per section 13 of the National Audit Act. And the Auditor General will be reporting back to this House. Next item.
Item number 5, presentation of reports of parliamentary delegations abroad.
Lead of delegation. Yeah. Clerk, maybe if you could read the whole item. Report of the Uganda parliamentary delegation.
Report of the Uganda parliamentary delegation to the 78th session of the Executive Committee and the 44th Conference of Presidents of National Parliamentary Assemblies of African Parliamentary Union, held on 5th to 10th November 2022, Victoria Falls, Republic of Zimbabwe.
Yes, read of delegation or representative.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was part of this delegation, but the lead of delegation had reported to your office, and according to the communications, it was a matter to be presented to me.
Please, I grant that. Next item.
Item number 6, presentation of action taken reports on resolutions of the 11th Parliament in line with Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure. Ministry of Works and Transport.
Honourable Minister. Next Minister. Next.
Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries.
Honourable Minister. Okay.
Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honourable Minister of Finance. Maybe right, Honourable Prime Minister, before the Minister of Finance comes. Just Honourable Minister of Finance, just 1 minute. Thank you. Right, Honourable Prime Minister, we made this order paper and agreed with the government side on how you'll be presenting your reports. And I haven't received any regrets from any of these ministers. I met with the Prime Minister. I met with the government chief whip. I was never given any single indication that none of that Minister for Works, Minister for Fisheries, Agriculture, they want to be here. What's the problem? Can you clarify to the House why they are not here?
All right, Honorable Speaker, we are expecting these ministers to be coming. Maybe they are held up somewhere, but we expect them to be in the House.
Order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
But right, Honorable Speaker, I request
Order, Mr. Speaker.
that let the ministries.
Order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all the respect given to this August House, Mr. Speaker, whereas you as custodians of this House and we as members of Parliament, we take a lot of time working together with executive to make sure that the deliberations of this house run smoothly very well. Whereas at the same time, we are hearing in the corridors that some of the ministers in this country call this a classroom and call you a class monitor. I therefore don't know whether the prime minister, the right honorable prime minister in the house, is intentionally trying to bias this house that the ministers are still having lunch in the canteen, which is on the third floor of parliament, than them dodging to come and give submissions overflow.
Thank you.
I don't know whether the prime minister is in order, but
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, she looks panicky as if there's something wrong with her. I therefore don't know whether she's in order.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable colleague, the Prime Minister looks as confident as ever. But again, you've made it difficult for me to roll, because I was listening to the Prime Minister properly. She never said they are in the canteen having lunch. Now, when you refer, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you see, colleagues say, but we are here, we are ready to present. There is an order. There is an order we create. So if I'm to jump an item, it means I have to go back. You know, this Hansard captures items, captures submissions, basing on the order provided for on the order paper. So whenever you feel your ministers are not around and they're on the order paper, I just need a communication. We've even allowed communication by WhatsApp, just the WhatsApp, even when you're delaying. You know, and I note it as a presiding officer. I say, oh. Yeah. So, but colleagues, let's not dwell on this much. Let's not dwell on this much. Let's, Minister for Finance is here. Yes, sir. On what point? What's the procedure,
Mr. Speaker, the order paper that you supplied us has the first minister works and transport. The second is agriculture, animal industry and fisheries. And we've received no explanation. What has happened to these ministers? See, this country is facing insecurity. So can we be told? Of course, I understand. And I am one of those who were extremely excited when you became a speaker. Because working with a cabinet that is incompetent can actually be a nightmare. But can we know what has happened to these two ministers?
Thank you. Colleagues. Just always give Semujo his respect in finding a wolf, you know? Yes, but number one, it's very, very wrong to come here and we insinuate that any of the colleagues is incompetent. These are colleagues, members of parliament. These are ministers, you know, who have moved the government business and the country is moving. So I think it would be unkind, honorable colleague, to declare your colleagues incompetent. Yeah, it's
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry if it has angered them. I only said so to encourage them to be more competent, but I am sorry.
So, Honorable Minister for Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm presenting the actions taken on the resolutions of Parliament relating to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The Ministry would like to present a report on the actions taken in line with the resolutions of Parliament for the period May 2021 to May 2022, based on the communication that we received. The first resolution, the resolution of Parliament to urge government to reverse the directive requiring local governments to remit all local revenues to the consolidated fund. And this is the response, Right Honorable Speaker. Section 31 of the PFMA requires that all revenues or other money raised or received for the purpose of the government shall be paid into and shall form part of the consolidated fund, except the revenue specified in section 29(2)(b) and 29(3). In accordance with Regulation 10 of the PFMR 2016, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development issued the second budget call circular for financial year 2020-21, in which local government accounting officers were directed to remit all local revenue collections to the consolidated fund. Under this arrangement, local governments prepare and submit their local revenue estimates as part of the total local government budget estimates for a given financial year. The respective local government budgets are then consolidated and submitted to Parliament for appropriation. This process is premised on the principle of transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the management of all revenues and expenditures for effective service delivery. Local revenue performance. Following issuance of the PFMA Regulation 2016, the local revenue remittance reform started with 43 local governments in financial year 2017-2018. With additional capacity building, this PFM reform increased to a coverage of 102 local governments in financial year 2018-19, and later to 175 local governments in financial year 2019-2020. As a result, there has been improved revenue performance ever since the ministry implemented Section 31 of the PFMA. It's illustrated in the table below. The local governments have been realizing substantially higher revenue ever since they started remitting to the consolidated fund. And the evidence is in the table below. In financial year 2017-2018, for example, the number of votes remitting to the treasury were 43. They had a revised budget of 47.9 billion shillings. Funds remitted to the consolidated funds, they remitted against that budget 11.5 billion shillings. Percentage of the remitted to the budget was 24%. In financial year 2018-19, the number of votes remitting to the treasury from the local government were 102, and they had a revised budget of 193.5 billion. And the funds remitted to the consolidated fund were 60.7 billion shillings, which is 31%. In financial year 2019-2020, the number of votes remitting to the treasury increased to 175, with a budget of 201.1 billion shillings, and they remitted to the consolidated fund 69.9 billion shillings. And that percentage in terms of remittance to the budget is 27%. In 2020-21, again, 175 votes remitted to the treasury, and the budget was 217.3 billion. Then the remittance to the consolidated fund amounted to 104.1 billion shillings, 48% in terms of the amount remitted to the budget. So we see an increase. Now in financial year 2021-2022, the number of votes were 176.
Honourable Minister, point of procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the resolution that we are processing is quite clear. It is that Parliament urges government to reverse the directive by the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, requiring local governments to remit all revenues to the consolidated fund. I'm finding it extremely difficult. I've been very impatient the direction the minister is taking. He can as simply come to us and say we have reversed or we have not reversed, other than wasting time and meandering around. Are we really proceeding right?
Thank you. I think what the minister is giving you are details. Maybe if you don't appreciate the details, if you say we would want a summary form, maybe, Honorable Minister, what I can say is, since you submitted these documents much earlier, just summarize, just you go on the implications of the reversal, which shows why you've not reversed, the reason for not reversing, and we conclude. Yeah. Okay. On page 111, if we go on implications, which would be showing why you have not reversed.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the guidance. I'm therefore going to skip a number of paragraphs, and I will go to the implications of the reversal of the policy. This decision will have far-reaching effects on existing Treasury single account, payment processing, and reporting systems. The local revenues and expenditures would be extra budgetary. They would be outside the Treasury single account. Government will be reverting to the previous position where no reliable information on local revenue sources was available, negatively impacting planning and budgeting at the national level. Number 3, in order to implement the parliamentary resolution, Section 29 and other sections of the PFMA would have to be amended to specifically allow local governments not to remit local revenues to the consolidated fund and spend the funds at source. Conclusion. The resolution of Parliament urging the government to reverse the directive requiring local governments to remit all local revenues to the consolidated fund may have been reached based on incomplete information or based on the local government revenue business process as it was prior to financial year 2020 and 2022. Government having recognized.
Point of order. Oh, I allowed point of order. Oh, okay. One of this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising on the point of order upon a statement that have just been put forward by the Honorable Minister over the fact that the decision which was taken by Parliament on the matters of local raised revenue could have been based on non-factual, yet it was a very long debate by then the late Speaker, Honorable Jacob Olanya, may he rest in peace, really even asked the minister by then that is there any problem you are finding in this resolution? Because we looked at the law one by one, and the minister by then also confessed that we are having an anomaly. Then is it in order now for the minister to issue a statement here that the debate by that time, the decision was taken, and even without any complete processes, is in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, decisions we make here as a house are decisions we scrutinize deeply. The moment we send out a message to the public that we make decisions either on incomplete or half-baked information, you know, that's an indictment on this house that we are always panicking. And this is the motion that was supported. I remember I was the government chief whip at that time. This is the motion on which I also ended up supporting, even when it was moved by an opposition member, Honorable Narima, from Wakiso. So, Honorable, you are out of order. for imputing on Parliament that we make decisions based, you know, based on half information. So, Honourable Minister, please withdraw that statement, and you can get a better way. If there is any other new information you've managed to get since then that you did not provide to the House, you can lay it on table and you share.
Mr. Speaker, well, I had made that statement based on the new information which we had provided. But if it is that is found not to be in order, Right Honorable, I accept your ruling on the matter.
Yeah.
And the statement is withdrawn.
Thank you. So please,
May I be allowed to continue?
clear the record. Yes, please continue.
Now, government having recognized the challenges and delays that local governments faced in accessing local revenues in financial year 2019-2020 and financial year 2020-21, and having carried out the following reforms effective 1st July 2021. One, review the entire business process for accessing local government revenue. Number two, we eliminated non-value adding processes to enable local governments access local government revenue funds. And number three, immediate after completing the initiation, approval of local government revenue accounting warrants. The current local government revenue business processes should be allowed to operate, and its performance closely monitored during financial year 2022-23 before a decision on this matter can be taken.
It's a procedure matter.
Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Jonathan Odu earlier raised the procedural issue and you give guidance, maybe the minister has a problem understanding the word action taken, maybe. Which is the reason now he's reading the budget framework paper material, which he supplied and we already have. So the procedure issue I'm raising is where the minister is proceeding well by defying your guidance and then regurgitate budget framework material that was already supplied and we are waiting for a fresh one this month.
You see, Honourable Minister, I think what members wanted was very simple. For you to go on the floor and say, Honourable members, as a minister, we are not able to implement your resolution, or we are able. And then you give reasons why you are not able. You can even use a more simpler language of, we are constrained. When you're constrained, it's not that you have refused, but the circumstances, you know, are not allowing you. So, Honourable Minister, in conclusion, are you going to implement the resolution as urged by the House or not?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I did mention that there are implications, and because of those implications, we are constrained. And I indicated the three implications. And one of them indicated there are legal issues. You may need to amend the law.
No, that is captured. You have
Yes.
put it on record.
So in view of that, it is difficult for us to proceed on this matter.
Procedure, Honourable Wasariro?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I am finding a lot of difficulty appreciating the statements by the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Lugolobi. If this Parliament did make a resolution, you are under obligation to implement the resolution. Now, if there are constraints, as you state, Right, Honourable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right for the minister to come back here on the floor and have the resolution reversed on account of operational or legal difficulty. Wouldn't it be procedurally correct? Otherwise, the resolution is there, and you are under duty, Rule 220, to give action points. Wouldn't it be procedure right, Honorable Speaker, to have the resolution rescinded?
Thank you. You see, the problem, Rule 220, and this is what I had raised the other day, so that maybe we can revise it. It does not even show us what to do with these reports. You know, Rule 220 does not show us what to do with these reports. So, from the interpretation and general authority of the presiding officer. Then number two, colleague, that's why I'm usually constrained on motions of urging. Of course, we are limited by Article 93, but you see, when you urge me, and I refuse to be urged, you have emotion urges me, but I'm so these are different resolutions, and most of the reason behind these resolutions, Honorable Minister, is youth see sense. And you see the arguments brought up by members. When you read the answer on this resolution, you could see if the member had not been constrained by the Constitution as a private member, you know, she would have passed, she would have moved the resolution, she would have moved the motion of a more biting kind of resolution. But we are constrained by the Constitution. Now, when we are constrained, we urge you to listen to the voices of the members. So what I would have expected to come out clear, I can see you've touched it a little bit. What I had expected to come out clear was address the concerns behind the motion. If you are constrained from implementing, address the concerns and show the member that we are going to address these concerns properly. Whereby the main concern on that motion was that local governments collect extra revenues. You don't allow them to utilize these extra revenues. When you allow, it comes in form of supplementaries that come in May. Now, you give them money. By the time they receive the money, the financial year is ending. Money goes back to the consolidated fund, and they are constrained. So those were the issues. I can see you have tried to touch them, but we can be explicit. Honorable Minister Musasizi, then we would stop all this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true the concerns the Parliament had at that time, and which Parliament still have up to now, is the constraint of local governments receiving money and utilizing money they have collected by themselves. Mr. Speaker, the idea of having all government revenues put together under a single treasury account is not disputable. What is disputable is if this money goes there, how quick do local governments receive them? Mr. Speaker, for the period we have been at the ministry, we found a problem. Some local governments were understating the budgets for local revenue. And once this happens and they collect more, in order for them to access this excess local revenue, they require a budget. And the supplementary budget has been coming late. What I want to commit before this House is that we can pursue the process of bringing supplementary budgets as and when they fall due, especially for local government revenue, local revenue. Such that if I notice that in this quarter, for instance, we are in Q2, if I realize additional 2 billion on my local revenue collections, I be allowed a supplementary budget to be brought early January so that these local governments can access the money in February, rather than waiting when the financial year is about to end or another financial year has already started. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances that we cannot amend the Public Finance Management Act now, in the circumstances that we cannot distort the Treasury single account now, what is within our means is to pursue the process of bringing. I accept clarification from Honorable Kanya. Even you, I will accept.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister. Honorable Minister, you are bringing light to this matter. But I want to seek clarification from you whether it is possible for you to introduce multi-year budgeting for local government so that you don't need to bring supplementary every quarter. Because if you bring supplementary now, in January, then they get money in February, that will create complication. The financial will end, then they'll not implement most of the program. But if you introduce multi-year budgeting for the development component, then those aspects will be taken care of because the procurement for programs will be on, contract will be signed for multi-year 2 years or 3 years. When they get the money, they just have a call on the treasury. Don't you think that would be better based on your experience? Information.
No, you see, Honorable Minister, your time is
okay.
You can allow 2 members, maybe.
I had allowed Honorable Singoma.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for allowing me. The information I want to give you, Honorable Minister, regarding this matter is that the issue of local governments collecting and spending revenue from at source is anchored within the Constitution. It is a constitutional matter. It is enshrined within the Constitution. If you read the Constitution, you will find the particular section touching this matter. Article. Therefore, when you come and tell us that by virtue of the provisions of
Honorable
the PMA,
Singoma, would you allow Honorable Modoi to help you?
yeah, Honorable Modoi, help, please get that article.
Just look at chapter 11 of the Constitution, Article 191. We are dealing with a constitutional matter. And I can read it very clearly here. Local governments shall have powers to levy, charge, collect, and appropriate fees and taxes in accordance with the enacted Parliament law. So when you read that chapter very well, we are dealing also with an issue which is broader. We agree to follow the governance of decentralization. So I think what we are trying to do right now is just to abide by what the constitutional provision.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite colleagues to debate this matter with a view of moving forward. I was here in 2015 when we enacted the Public Finance Management Act, and I know what we included and why. But I wouldn't want to go into that direction. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kanya is suggesting a multi-year arrangement, which is a little bit different from the discussion we are having now. Mr. Speaker, what works, like I had said earlier, can we commit that we shall be bringing supplementary budgets for local revenue much earlier than we have been doing? I beg to submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you.
Information.
Thank you. You see, because why I was referring to Honorable Modoi, Isaac, and you refer to Article 192A, which gives Parliament powers to enact those laws. Now, these taxes, according to the article, can either be into the consolidated fund or spent at source. And the PFMA, which we enacted here, allowed going to the consolidated fund. And that's why the honorable member was very clear, urging reverse, whereby reversal would even including amendment of the PFMA. But I don't want us to go so much into legalities. The issue was operation of the local governments. You know? Yeah, yes, please, Lord.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the joint efforts of the ministers to hazard a response, which up to now has failed to pick traction of the members that supported this motion animus. Suddenly they know it. The Honorable Musasi was here and was huge labor on his part. Two things. If the intention of the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Honorable Golobi, was to offer information in the form of data to Parliament, he could even have labeled to give Parliament information on how those remittances have since changed. Because part of the debate is that when local governments remit, a single government remits $1 million, they receive 300,000 back. It's a fact. Two.
Look,
yes.
Can I guide a little? Just, I know you have a response on this same issue, and I'm seeing members anxious to debate it. Can I allow your side to give a formal response to this issue so that we continue instead of coming back? Okay, specifically on this resolution, if you are ready. Colleagues, just listen. What I'm saying is simple, that ROPE has a response to the action taken. Okay? And I'm seeing we are anxious to contribute on the matter.
Yeah, very much.
So why don't we allow ROPE? He gives his side, that is a response to the action taken, and then we open it up for debate.
Yes.
Other than going back. Yes. So ROPE kind of do that. Procedure, Honorable Kefa?
I was under the impression that the minister was still presenting.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there was some additional information that was given on that, which I would be surprised if action taken is just on one point.
You see, Honorable Kefa, that's the advantage of being in my seat here. I'm using my authority. And the minister has several resolutions, but there is one resolution, okay, that is making members anxious and all that. So I'm saying, since he has finished on that specific resolution, okay, then ROPE can respond to that specific resolution only. We conclude it, and then the minister resumes on other resolutions. Basically, procedure, Honorable Biku, Honorable Katesh is also procedure. Let me allow the four. Allow the four. Ababiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. The procedural guidance I'm seeking is for your indulgence based on the first guidance you gave, that the answers must be specific to the resolutions made by this House. Two, you guided that it should be linked to the operationalization. Therefore, in my thinking, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers need to go back and respond based on your guidance so that we have specific answers to tackle all the challenges related to the motion which was approved to this House, than really proceeding to get responses from the other side in piecemeals. Right Honorable Speaker,
thank you.
I seek for your guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, what Honorable Jessica Babiku has brought indeed the concern we had. Honorable Minister, we can appreciate your constraint, okay? But where you say you are constrained, can you show us how you have addressed the issues, the concerns of members? And Honorable Msasizi came out to explain and give commitments. But Rule 220 says in detail, you bring it here in detail, proper and clear, not off cuff. So Honorable Minister of Finance, please go back, polish it very well. The issues which, the commitments which Honorable Msasizi brought were very important. Capture them, reassure this House that you might not take this action, but you're going to address the concerns this way. And then we shall move very on. Okay?
Right,
So now, let me allow Honorable Katesh, I conclude with you. Then
Thank you very much.
But because I've guided already.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As you guided, Right Honorable Speaker, from the statement of the minister, as he comes back, he needs to demonstrate that the measures he has indicated, because you indicated reviewed the entire business process, the Honorable Minister needs to demonstrate that in this particular financial year, the processes they are talking about have been done and the local governments are not suffering the very causes that led us to do this resolution. Because, right, Speaker, those of us who represent the municipalities, our municipalities have garbage simply because money is not released on time, yet people pay taxes for those services. So we need the minister to demonstrate that having not implemented this resolution, they have put in place measures to deal with this problem. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a challenge with the PFMA. In this financial year, there was some exchange between the ministry and the cows. The PFMA guides on the process of budgeting. We have seen the Ministry of Finance giving deadlines to the cows to submit budgets when this House has not completed the budgeting process. So what happens, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the councils in local government sit and pass budgets when the process here has not ended. And when the budget finally is passed here, it does not reflect or is not consistent with what has been passed in the local governments. As a result, you have a lot of expectations down there, and there is no process that goes back to make the corrections. So I would like the ministry to think about the amendments that need to realign the PFMA, the Local Government Act, so that there is a seamless process in the budgeting process. I submit.
Thank you. But Honorable Kateshumba, local government budgets are part of the national budget approved by this parliament. So now, what local governments are given is, local governments are given ceilings, they should go, they pass their budget, then it comes here for parliament to give its final pronouncement. Otherwise, if what local governments pass are indicative figures. They are not final figures. The final figures come here. In fact, my concern was simple. And the concern for my district is the reverse of yours. In my district, they have been calling for councils to pass budgets after parliament has passed the national budget. So I asked, how can you do that? Huh? How can you do that? I remember we had raised it and we expected the minister to come and explain it. So really that one needs to be sorted out so that local government councils pass their budgets, they are consolidated into the national budget, which comes here and it is passed. It was honorable. Yes, I said there's 4. You are 4. I want to share a microphone with you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have great respect for my brother, the Honorable Musasizi, and I don't intend to crucify him on this matter. However, as a representative, he knows we owe the people a duty of performance and representation.
just like we do here in the August House, it's the same way the local councillors do all their people at the local council level. The role of decentralization is to empower the lower units to live to the aspiration of their voters, and that they be a true reflection of what we are at national level, so that they can account to their people, reduce the burden from us, so that we don't become the center of all burden. Now, I'll give you an example. We appropriate monies for national constructions and development at a national level. They also do the same at local level. At the end of the day, you'll become the engineer for all roads in your constituency. Because when you go back, the councillor will say, honorable members and people of the society, or the people of our community, all powers are vested in the parliament. They are the ones that are appropriate. We send their budgets, they scrutinize them, and they see whether we weigh or do not weigh. I'll give you an example on what goes on in our capital city here. Every one of you can see potholes, but our hands are tied, and the council hands are tied, and they tell you all the money is vested in the consolidated fund. And for example, in the first quarter, we had no development budget. So potholes grew, they enlarged, they widened into gullies to include roads like Katwe. And at the end of the day, when you ask them, they tell you, honorable member of parliament, what have we got to do? We don't control our monies anymore. Regardless of the fact that we make a lot of collections, there is nothing we can spend. Well, the powers are vested in this house. Can we come up with a formula in the future that if they can collect, let's say 80%, 100%, they can spend about 40 or 30% for what we call things that, that arise without our influence. But if they cannot spend even 2%, then why are they there? And how are we helping decentralization grow? That is why recently, Right Honorable Speaker, you found that an office, I think, was it in Shema or somewhere. The cow closed and left and went away. I'm sorry if it was not Shema. I don't want those people to become angry. But wherever it was, a council office was closed and everyone walked away. And the reason is they have no money to perform the duties. So micromanaging a country from a central point, 100 or 300 constituencies that we have, local councils, defeats the very same notion that we apply for of decentralization. The honorable colleague says I'm right. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 224 is within your powers. Since we discuss all these matters as Parliament, and we agree, including these honorable members of Parliament, ministers that swear before you, if they come, please inform me.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Msereko Muhammad, also loosely known as the landlord of Kampala, for giving way. The information that I would like to offer to him and to ourselves. One, the front bench. As you see, we also come from districts and local governments. We also want this money to be given to the district. The Minister of Finance has reported back, and the dilemma is within the ambit of this parliament to make the correction. The harmonization of Article 192 and the role of parliament and Section 29. If there's a contradiction and the law is not working rightly in the interest of the people, it can only be right and proper that a proposal to amend is made. And this, we cannot lament about it. It's our duty as Parliament to do that. Thank
I take your information in good spirit. And Right, Honorable Speaker, like you already guided without doubt
Honorable Mtsereko, conclude.
in your capability, that we have the powers to amend. And now we all realize from both sides, from either side, from every corner of this house, that there is a problem. And this problem impacts service delivery. And since it impacts service delivery, and that we can rectify it. Now, we are tired of urging you, sir. We would like as a house to remind you that if you don't do something where you are present, under our rules, the speaker can invoke contempt under rule 224. And I know you're not someone who can act in contempt of this house. You're highly respected. You're a very eloquent person. You're a very knowledgeable individual. And I have no doubt in your capabilities. We urge you that we sit and strike a balance to amend this law in order to improve our performance down there, and as a house, we shall shine. I'll take your information.
Now, colleagues, please. Colleagues, Honorable Minister, just now, Honorable colleagues, you see, what Honorable both of us has raised, that's a medium-term solution. We want just the immediate, the short-term solution. And this is what we are talking about, that members had concerns, and Minister of Finance, Mr. Sisi, has come on the floor and has given reassurance on addressing the concerns that led to the tabling of the motion. But Rule 220 does not allow us to do it in an ad hoc manner. Okay? That's why we have said the minister on this specific resolution should go back and capture that commitment, give the short-term solutions as we look at amending the PFMA, like Honorable both has said, because we have restrictions under Article 93 of the Constitution. So, colleagues, you wanted, I had allowed you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mine was a procedural issue, and I'll keep it to that. I know both the ministers who are here. They are fairly modest people. And that's where their stubbornness begins. See, this parliament now wants to believe that actually the reason they are doing is so because their hands are tied because of the law. And I see everybody believing. I have said they are modest people, but they are both of them stubborn. Mr. Speaker, we have an item on our order paper. Action taken, and there are a number 1, 2, 3, 4. The assumption was that each minister will come here and report. When you instruct someone to do something and he doesn't do so, you now either sanction. If you are powerless, you get angry, go home and sleep. This parliament simply has no any other option of now creating a debate that we concluded. I was here and listened to the sentiments of everybody. There is nothing new that is being raised here that was not raised that time. I therefore want to persuade you, Mr. Speaker, that we take one of those routes. The Honorable Nsereko has already read to you Rule 224, contempt of parliament. We have listened, they have said we have refused. The option is either to sanction them. If we are powerless, we get angry, go home, listen to another one. He says, I also refused, and then we go home. Instead of wasting our time here, redoing we had a whole day debate. And now the Honorable Minister says, no, you didn't have all the information. And then he reads the information that is in the budget framework paper. To him, that is new. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am persuading you to apply our rules. 120 is under which they are bringing these reports. I mean, 220. 224 says we can actually do something. And I want to urge this parliament to do something. Not just to listen and then persuade them casually that you can go back and frame a bit and then return. Then we will never do anything, Mr. Speaker.
Before he respond, just let me allow one of us to provide some information in the law.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. The Honorable Musasizi, my OB, was making reference to the Public Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, I think we need to set the record straight. If the reason for not implementing the resolution of Parliament is with the Public Finance Management Act, then we must be very clear about it. Unless, Madam Speaker, draw the attention of this House to Section 30 of the Public Finance Act, Public Finance Management Act, which is to the effect for avoidance of doubt. All revenues or other monies raised or received for purposes of government shall be paid into and shall form part of the consolidated fund, except the revenues specified in Section 29. Now, the revenues specified in that section, to my understanding, include revenues from local governments. And right, Honourable Speaker, both the Constitution and the Local Government Act have authorized the local governments to actually collect and use money. Now, what is happening, with due respect to the minister, is that it is government violating the law. There is no legal impediment. And if you were really very honest and were acting in good faith, part of what you should have done in Rule 220, in detailing the action point, would have been a proposal to have an amendment in the law if you thought there was a challenge. But to say you are barred by the law, and yet there is a resolution of this House, right, Honourable Speaker, with due respect, that would be not taking the resolutions of this House with the seriousness. They should have come here to say, we have a legal constraint, but out of respect for the resolution, we want to have this law amended. They are not talking about it. So I wanted clear the air on matters of the law, so that we don't leave this House believing that the failure, yes, information.
You see, Honorable Speaker, we made the Public Finance Act with the Honorable Musasizi, and he knows it very well. We took protection of the Local Government Act, not disempower local government. We allowed local government to continue collecting money. Even as we speak today, local government collect money in terms of procurement on behalf of URA. If you are procuring service from URA, from local government, maybe to build a school, you pay tax. That tax goes to the account of local government transmits it to URA. So there is no legal provision. Honorable Speaker, and the information I'm giving you, there is no goodwill in the means of finance to allow local government collect the money and spend. As Honorable Lugolopi said, they think that local government embezzles this money, it increases corruption. The Minister of Finance has allowed this company doing the National Identity Card to collect money in total violation of the Public Finance Act. The Minister of Finance has allowed the Entebbe Express, that company, collecting money in total violation. They collect money, take to private account. There are so many sections to where you have allowed total violation, because all monies, unless authorized by Parliament, is supposed to go to consolidated fund account. Under the Local Government Act, the law allows them to collect money and spend.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's conclude this matter, colleagues.
Therefore, right, Honourable Speaker, for record purposes, our colleagues that side on the front bench should give another reason for not implementing the resolution of Parliament, but not hide under the law, because the law is very clear. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, we've concluded on this matter. All of you have submitted, and I appreciate, but I had already ruled and guided as per Rule 87 for rules of procedure. So that's very, very clear. You gave very useful information And I was just watching to see whether they are taking note, because we don't want this to be a contest, so much of a contest. So on Thursday, Minister of Finance come back on this issue after you've consulted the Attorney General, and we ensure we close this issue and we sort it, because members are dissatisfied with the action taken. And you need them to come on board. And we are still early in the budgeting process. So we can cure this. Okay? Yeah. So Minister, go on the second resolution. On Thursday, I'll put you on order paper to handle this matter. Honorable Minister, next resolution. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, resolution number 2 was a resolution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions to reversing the destructive decline. And Parliament was urging government to ensure increased budgets for accountability agencies such as judiciary, police, and Inspector General of Government. The response: the budget of the judiciary, Uganda Police Force, and the Inspectorate of Government was enhanced as detailed below. Judiciary: in addition to the enhanced funding of 177.53 billion to the budget of the judiciary in financial year 2021-2022 for recruitment of judicial officers and facilitate them to effectively execute their duties, government provided additional $5 billion for financial year 2022-23 for construction of court buildings. So on top of the 177.53 billion, which we added, we have added another 5, making it about nearly 190 billion shillings. Now, Uganda Police Force, the budget for financial year 2022-23 for Uganda Police Force was enhanced by shillings 62.397 billion as follows: 1.5 billion for Directorate of Crime Intelligence to enhance their capacity to scale up the human intelligence collection capabilities. 2, 23.897 billion for settlement of domestic arrears. 3 billion for renovation of existing barracks. 4, 20 billion to cater for shortfalls in classified operations. 5, 14 billion to cater for operational shortfalls, fuel, food, and maintenance, general maintenance. For the Inspectorate of Government, Mr. Speaker, the budget for financial year 2020-23 for the Inspectorate was enhanced by 26 billion shillings to strengthen transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption interventions. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, I've seen some of you moving out. In case you're moving out, please pass by the reception and you pick copies of the revised rules of procedure. You remember we amended the rules. We have for you copies of the revised rules. And also tomorrow, colleagues, I want to inform you, we shall be debating and concluding a motion from the Committee on Rules and Privileges to do with the disciplinary action on our colleague, the Honorable Pastor Sinamuganza. So that will be handled tomorrow and we shall conclude it tomorrow. I wanted to give you that notice.
Mr. Speaker, the minister presented something. Action taken, I did not hear it. But he quickly presented something talking about figures of even 2 financial years ago, and then he quickly sat down. Mr. Speaker, can we be helped? Let the minister tell us the action they took.
No, no, Honorable colleague, the problem that corner was a bit busy. I was, I know it was very short. It was around like 1 page because I have a copy here, and it is even on our system. You check on our fresco. You might be dissatisfied with what he has given, but at least he has taken action. Okay, he has taken action. No, the people surrounding Honorable Semuju. Honorable Riri Anabel, I'm going to chase you. I put you. Yes. I don't know whether Chief Whip has deployed around Honorable Semuju. Today is surrounded by NRM. You know? So, honorable colleagues, you see, the procedure we had taken was simple. That the minister presents, then we get the alternative. Yeah, and I wanted us to remain with that. And I took chance to read through some of these things. I won't allow them to be presented now. For example, the one for road fund, we shall be wasting our time. The one for road fund, please also go back and report together with the one of local governments, because they are more or less the same, and you have not taken any action. We are still facing the same problem. So instead of wasting time presenting and then we say go back, we would rather from the onset we say go back and clear all these things. So next. Yes,
Item
Honorable
6.
Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for that decision you have taken, but I also want to air out the fact that on this very parliament, I raised the issue of the tree fund. If we are considering that, then we need to consider all that holistically, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Please, Honorable Minister, that's also within the time frame for your reporting. Also, please report on that. Okay. Yes, we passed the resolution here on the tree fund. Thank you. Next.
Item 6.4, Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Internal Affairs requested me. Those ones I have their permission. The ones of Defense.
Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs.
A little bit procedure. No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll seek your kind guidance as to whether the matter of Vinch coffee that I've seen under trade should have not have been responded to by the Minister of Finance as a national taken matter under finance. Whether they agreed to exchange the responses. Right Honorable Speaker, with your guidance.
I think they aligned it because of the committee that handled. In Parliament, it was handled by the Committee on Trade. Yeah, so I think that's why they preferred that the Minister for Trade can continue. Yeah. So Defense?
Right Honorable Speaker, Defense and the Internal Affairs, they are quite related. And while the other week we made the presentation, we were waiting for the debate and any response from my good friend from Masaka, the leader of government, the leader of opposition, in waiting, if that makes you happy. But generally, our position is still that we would be able to handle any other reactions to the report that we made jointly between Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Defense.
So, Lob, can I give you tomorrow to make your response?
I apologize in earnest if I'm dragging you backwards in the house. I am getting correspondence from my able Twaisi, who was here when I was away, that actually Trade made a presentation and referred Vinci to Finance. And Finance is bouncing it back. No. I know what I'm talking about. Right, Honorable. Then the speaker is listening attentively. And I made an apology to the speaker in earnest so that I can. seek his
Let's
guidance.
make it very easy. Just let me guide on that quickly. The agreement or MOU between Vinci Coffee and government of Uganda was signed by Minister of Finance. So let Minister of Finance go and be the one to respond to the issues which were raised in the resolution. And I'll give you space on the order paper to do that. Honourable Minister, you want to say when you would be ready? Government doesn't work in silos, you're integrated. So link up with trade and you harmonize and you respond.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we shall work with trade and report back next week.
Thank you. Thank you. When can you want to raise anything to do with that? Because we've already guided them. Which, okay, procedure?
Honorable Speaker, I saw the minister, one of the ministers of agriculture in the house, and I thought it is procedural right that he gives the action from Maif to this house. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Is honorable colleague, when I've already jumped, I called, they were not here. I have to continue with my order paper. I can't do it, but I'll give them another opportunity another time.
Item 6.6, Office of the Presidency.
Honorable Minister, procedure?
Mr. Speaker, the rules specify matters that will require a response from the leader of the opposition, i.e. the budget framework paper, the budget speech, the State of Nation address. The procedural issue I am raising, because you have made a decision that we wait the response, whether the rules have now been stretched, that for every matter where the leader of opposition is going to make a response, that the debate now will be the following day or another day. Because these three are specifically in the rules that once is the State of Nation address, once the budget speech, once the budget framework paper, and I don't want to say what I said earlier, that I looked at the order paper and my appetite was to debate all these matters, but they are now being pushed tomorrow to another day. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a procedural issue, whether now I should prepare that if there is a matter, it will wait a response and then debate is the following day.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we have two sides in this house. We have the government side, we have the opposition side. Leader of opposition does not respond to each and every matter. We have those ones which are clearly provided for in the law. But for others, where the leader of opposition feels he wants to give an alternative policy direction or proposal, he comes and he requests the presiding officer, and he came, we discussed this with the Prime Minister, and we know, and in fact, they also applauded their responses. Responses were applauded by Honorable Segona when they had left him here for each and every aspect. And we were benefiting because you see, they were scrutinizing. This is good for the House to see that engagement can be on policy, can be on clear actions taken. So to me, I don't see it as a problem. If we had confined ourselves to the rules, then what it would mean is very simple, that the leader of opposition is not given a chance beyond the budget, beyond the State of the Nation address, and he would be like any other member here. So since the leader of opposition requested as a leader of opposition, and we allowed, I beseech you, colleagues, we continue and we get his Honorable Watkins procedure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to thank you for the opportunity. everything else can be renewed, but no time. If somebody tests each or any one of us to rewind the clock by 1 second and then say, I have 1 trillion United States dollars to do that, you can't recover time. Mr. Speaker, sir, you guided us wisely that you got a lot on your plates. But there is a culture that is trying to find its way in a parliamentary business, especially from the front bench. Every time they come over here, they're like, no, ready. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why I'm really saying that is these people are busy people, the ministers, and that is for a fact. But Mr. Speaker, sir, a minister has got a PS, a director, commissioner, a lot of those technical people, even PhD holders. I really wonder whether our ministers ever tap into those intellectual capabilities. My procedural issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is for how long are we going to continue ministers that just come with half-baked information that is not a self-contained and wasting a lot of our time, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I didn't know there is information which is self-contained. So let's appreciate each other and we support each other, okay? And we look at improving every day, each and every day. Yeah. Yes. Next, Minister for the Presidency. Honorable Minister, just wait a bit. There's a clarification. Honorable Sariva wanted put across.
Thank you very much, Brethren Speaker. Brethren Speaker, the Honorable Semuju raised the matter regarding the guidance you've given. When the ministers make statements, whether the leader of opposition or shadow ministers should, as of right, make response and a debate ensues. Now, the rules are silent on that issue. A practice is being developed by your guidance that once statements are made that side, then there should be a response before debate comes. Brethren Speaker, just for purposes of clarity, now that the rules are silent on that issue and you are giving guidance on it, just to be very clear that henceforth that should be the procedure to be adopted. Because what the Honorable Somuju is saying is that once there is a statement by the minister on the order paper and the minister has presented the statement, the rules require that under your guidance, you allow a debate. That's what the rules say. You allow a debate with or without a statement from the shadow government. Now, there is going to be there is a variation, and maybe for purposes of creating clarity, because the general authority of the speaker under Rule 7 and even Rule 8, where the rules are silent on an issue, the guidance of the speaker becomes part of the rules. And at the next codification, they are embedded in the rules. So I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important that you give clarity that it is a precedent, so that the leader of opposition does not even have to come to an office to ask for time to respond to a mysterious statement. It now becomes a matter of practice. It becomes a matter of procedure. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Korik. The matter is clearly provided for in our rules. Rule 53.1. You know, Rule 53.1 gives the leader of opposition latitude to make statements on any of the business and it talks about State of the Nation address, budget framework paper, budget proposals, alternative policy, or action upon any matter. Period. So the rules are very, very clear. It's not that we are going with the general authority. So, but in case of any gray area, Honorable both of us wanted to make a clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Asmani Basalirwa, the MP Bugiri Municipality, the President of JEMA, and the only representative of JEMA in this house, and the chairman of football club, and my and
is the chairman of sports.
Chairman
in the whole house.
Chairman of sports, and my former guild president Makerere. The way you want it is not debatable here. Is raising, Right Honorable Speaker, you've guided. And this matter should be put to rest. Unless the way you said, you guided that the leader of opposition actually sought, expressed interest that they would be responding. The general authority, the general powers of the speaker, if you look at it, and here of 53 cited, be comforted. The two house, you are either on the other side or on this other side. You can't be in the middle unless you are UPDF. Now, this should be put to rest as we've really guided. If we are to move on this matter, the rules guide whether on the practice, what has been the practice here. The leader of opposition would have the first right of reply on any matter here, whether on a matter provided for or not, but it has been a practice. So I want to implore my brother, and he knows he's my friend. We share a boundary in the constituencies. He knows that I mean well, and I also know that he means well for this country. Let's not find this legal jargon to impede the progress of this house.
Thank you.
I want to agree with your guidance.
Thank you. I think the only thing that needs to be concluded is whether you're eating together. Yes. Minister for the Presidency.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The solution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions for reversing the destructive decline. Urges government to take urgent practical steps to address the increased decline of the moral and ethical values in order to place Uganda on a pedestal of moral stability, peace, security, unity, as well as prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, the action taken. The National Ethical Values Policy. His Excellency the President launched the National Ethical Values Policy in October 2013. The objective was to integrate and mainstream ethical values in all social, economic, and development activities. The 10 national ethical values are respect for humanity and environment, honesty, uphold and defend the truth at all times, justice and fairness in dealing with others.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you clearly indicated at the beginning of this session that we have quite a number of reports to handle. During the presentation of the action taken reports, you guided the ministers not to waste time taking us through preambles, because by the time we brought this motion, we were aware of the policy of October 2013 and all the other policies. What we want is the action you have taken. So take us straight to the action that you have taken. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedural right for the ministers to take us through the preambles? When we bring a motion, we go through all those policies. So is it procedural right for her to read those preambles rather than going straight? No, she has read the recommendation. She should take us through the action that government has taken in the interest of time. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think it's because of the framing of the rules, which talks of details. But since this was submitted, crack, capture, because you submitted to our office, capture the whole statement on the Hansard, minister take us straight to the action. Because we've been with it for some time. But crack, capture the whole statement that the minister's issues are captured.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me now go straight to the action taken. The Directorate for Ethics and Integrity is disseminating the national ethical values countrywide in institutions of learning, MDS, and local government. They partnered with the Ministry of Education and Sports and the National Curriculum Development Center to incorporate the national ethical values into the secondary school curriculum and for the senior women and senior men teachers to rebuild morals and ethical conduct in primary schools. They, together with the Pornography Control Committee, partnered with cultural institutions and civil society organizations to sensitize the youth about the dangers of
Promiscuity.
Yes. Pornography, alcoholism, and drug abuse. We all need to work together to rebuild the morals and ethical conduct of the society. 2, government put in place a strong legal and institutional framework to combat corruption and theft of public resources. Laws such as the Inspectorate of Government Act 2002, the Leadership Code Act 2002, and the Anti-Corruption Act 2009 were enacted. And institutions such as the Inspectorate of Government, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Office of the Auditor General, and CID were established. However, the public has neglected this constitutional duty to expose and combat corruption. Corruption is so entrenched in society to the extent that corrupt individuals with ill-gotten wealth are cherished and recognized as hardworking and successful persons in a society. Regarding the obnoxious practices such as homosexuality, members are aware that the Anti-Homosexuality Act, which had been enacted by Parliament in December 2013, was nullified by the Constitutional Court on the grounds that it had been passed with the necessary quorum as required by law. However, it is important to note that Article 31(2) of the Constitution prohibits marriages between people of the same sex, and Section 145A of the Penal Code Act makes it an offense for any person to have carnal knowledge against another person against the order of nature. It is generally accepted that prevention is better than cure. It is more effective for us to prevent those offensive practices other than handling them post-mortem. It is our duty as parents to counsel our children against such practices. As the Bible says in the book of Proverbs, chapter 22, verse 6, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Let us as
Honorable
parents-
Minister, can you tell us the action taken? Because if you say the action you took was to read the Bible, and you have
Right,
even
right,
quoted-
Honorable
just
Speaker,
action taken.
it is not
Where
an
it's-
action, but I am reminding ourselves that as parents,
The rule talks about action. If there
Okay.
is no action, don't mind. Yeah.
let us parents play our role in preventing those offensive practices in our families and communities. That will be an effective way of opposing those practices. The Directorate for Ethics and Integrity has since 2016 been spearheading development of the
No, Honorable Minister, please, kindly. I'm sorry, and you're making me interrupt you, which I wouldn't love. Now, the way you've read, you're continuing, but now you're on resolution number 3. So you should tell us on resolution number 3. Resolution urges government and religious institutions to set up peer review structures, mechanisms, and departments to foster ethics and morality. Then action taken. But now you've jumped even the part of the resolution, you are flowing straight.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I was trying to come up with following the whole
You see,
write-up.
the resolution had very many recommendations, okay?
Yes. I
And
was
they are the
coming to
ones
that.
you're responding to, which were captured.
I was
So
coming to that.
in your own book, you have 1, you have 2,
Yes.
now you're going to 3. So read the resolution and you show us the action you took. Very simple.
Resolution 2 urges government to all heartedly step up efforts to stop theft of public resources, apprehend and punish lawbreakers, as well as oppose emergency of obnoxious practices such as homosexuality.
That one you have finished.
That one I've finished.
Go to 3.
Yes. Urges government and religious institutions to set up peer review structures, mechanisms, and departments to foster ethics and morality. Right Honorable Speaker, I was just beginning to read, then I give you the steps. That's why I started with the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity has since 2016 been spearheading development of the religious and faith organizations policy through a wide consultative process. The policy seeks to address the problem of manipulation and exploitation of Ugandans through misrepresentation of faith and lack of transparency and accountability framework in some religious faith organizations. The policy objectives: 1, promote culture of accountability among different religious faith organization players. 2, to provide framework for the registration of all religious faiths. 3, provide for legal policy and
procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are receiving this action taken reports from government. I am finding it very difficult that the minister is not able to pick the direction that we want as a house. The Ministry of Trade presented, I think, one of, and I'm encouraging the front bench to look at how the Ministry of Trade did theirs. Why is it not possible for all the other ministers to pick that approach so that at least we can proceed? Because we are going back and forth over the same matter. You have tried to guide the honorable minister. She seemed not to have understood you. So would it be procedure right that we first put this on hold? We advise them to look at how trade process their resolution so that next time we come back here, we can just proceed straight away, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You see, honorable colleagues, it's just a matter of action you have taken. Because when you read through, you don't see action taken. You don't see at all. So, and the honorable minister, I really appreciate, because he was his policy related. It's not like the rest, which are very sharp to do with budget allocation, amendment of rules, you know. But when you read the Hansard very well, the members were very clear that we need to do A, B, C, D. Okay? And the moment you go back to the Hansard, you will easily pick out the action you have taken. Otherwise, this is general in nature. Colleagues, please, Honorable Minister, go back, sharpen your submission so that we can have clear action that has been taken. Honorable Sarah?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe as the minister goes back, it's also important for her to inform this House what action they have taken, because you're talking about the Anti-Pornography Committee, and yet you are aware that court, I think on 13th of August 2021, declared some provisions of the Anti-Pornography Act unconstitutional. So it would be good for the minister to also inform us what they are doing or where they are in as far as that is concerned. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, when you read the minister's, what she put down, Honorable Minister, you have the answer, but you're going into preambles. You came up with a draft policy and the consultations have commenced. That's what you should tell us, that you hope that before close of this financial year, you will have presented the draft policy. That's what you should say, but not to go round and round and round. That is just the addition I wanted to give. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. So, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with what my sister said. Everything is here. Maybe it is just because of the preamble, which I'm taking you through. But I beg that by next week, I now come with action taken.
Thank you,
Most
thank you,
obliged.
thank you, thank you, thank you. On matters, on action taken, I think I had wanted to stop here. I don't know whether Minister for Tourism, let's stop here for today. I will resume tomorrow for action taken. Let me go to other matters. We have a very, very important matter to do with our traders. I don't know whether we should do it tomorrow. It should be among the first items. Is the chairperson for Committee on Trade here? No, Mpaka. Just let me consult him. Yeah, clerk capture the item for trade to be among the first items tomorrow, because it's touching on very, very important aspects to do with our business community, especially people who are downtown, people who are in small kind of business. So tomorrow, ensure it's among the first items. So next item, clerk.
Item number 8, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources on the erratic electricity supply in West Nile.
Chair. Chair, you have 15 minutes. Yeah, you have 15 minutes and 15 minutes kindly. I'll be counting, but we shall capture the whole report on the answered for record purposes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table a copy of the minutes of the proceedings that culminated into this report. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is a report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the erratic electricity supply in West Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, as you guided, I will try as much as possible to be quite brief and to summarize the report, especially in view of the fact that we uploaded this report quite some time ago. And so I believe honorable colleagues have already gone through it. But allow me to say that during the plenary sitting of 11th August 2022, Honorable Bika Lawrence Songa, MP for Ora County, Zombo District, on behalf of the members of parliament from West Nile sub-region, presented a motion for a resolution of parliament to urgently address the electricity supply challenges in West Nile sub-region. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Parliament adopted the resolutions that culminated from the discussions therefrom,
and directed the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources to investigate circumstances surrounding the delay in electrification of West Nile sub-region and report back to the House. In accordance with Rule 159 of the Rules of Procedure, the committee hereby reports. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to give a background of this motion, this report rather, that the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995, as amended, enjoins the state to promote and implement energy policies which ensure that people's basic needs and those of environmental preservation are met. The energy policy for Uganda and the Electricity Act as amended operationalize the provisions of the Constitution in regard to these energy policies. The movers of the motion noted that West Nile has never been connected to the national grid. Citing the Electricity Act, they noted that in an effort to address power shortages in West Nile region, the government of Uganda in 2003, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, granted a concession to West Nile Rural Electrification Company, commonly known as WENRECO, to generate, distribute, and sell electricity in West Nile for a period of 20 years. The petitioners acknowledge that WENRECO, having failed to fulfill its obligations, Electromax was contracted to supplement power generation in 2019. However, despite this intervention, West Nile's electricity supply to date is unreliable, unstable, unpredictable, costly, and is characterized by constant power shortages, interruptions, and blackouts. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, they further noted that the government of Uganda has previously made promises to have the region connected to the national grid by September 2022, which was just a few months ago. But this was postponed to March 2023. The prayers sought in the motion were that, one, Parliament urges government through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to urgently provide funds to the National Oil Company to supply fuel to Electromax to generate the licensed 8.28 megawatts of electricity to be supplied to West Nile Rural Electrification Company, and to ensure stable and reliable supply of electricity to the people of West Nile sub-region. Their second prayer, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, was that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to fast track the evacuation of electricity, 132 kV line to West Nile, and also expedite the work at the substations in Arua and Nebi districts to enable the region get connected to the national grid. Three, that government avails all the required funds to speed up completion of the 6.6 megawatts at Nyagak 3, and that government should replace the second turbine at Nyagak 1 to generate 3.5 megawatts installed capacity instead of the 1.7 megawatts that was being generated at that time. Four, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to upgrade the existing electricity network in West Nile region to be able to distribute from high voltage 132 kilovolts from the national grid transmission line once evacuated to the region by March 2023 as promised by government. Five, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development intensifies expansion of the network to rural areas to cover all the parishes in West Nile sub-region to support the parish development model and reduce the high rate of environmental degradation. Six, a forensic audit of the operations of Electromax be conducted
to ascertain whether Uganda has obtained value for money for the period Electromax has operated in West Nile. And 7, that a compliance audit be carried out on Electricity Regulatory Authority ERA in relation to the operations of Electromax and Wenreco. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, those were the prayers, and this House adopted those prayers. We also, as a committee, we adopted these prayers as the terms of reference for us to proceed on. The methodology we employed were as follows. We undertook physical visits and inspection. Okay, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the methodology is as indicated there. I will now focus on the committee findings, committee observations, and recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The observation in this report, Right Honorable Speaker, are made on the various prayers that I have just explained above. In the electricity sector of West Nile, they are matched as practically possible to the prayers made by the movers of the motion. Consequently, observations were made on Electromax, Uganda Limited, West Nile Rural Electrification Company, Wenreco. We made recommendations on Nyagak 3, the transmission infrastructure projects, and other incidental matters. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, if I may give a background to the power supply in West Nile, you find that in meetings we held with the key stakeholders in West Nile, the committee was informed that when RECO took over the operations and infrastructure originally owned and operated by Uganda Electricity Board in a concessional agreement that became operational in 2003. When RECO inherited a generating facility that was producing 1.5 megawatts of electricity from heavy fuel oils and serving less than 1,000 customers for approximately 4 hours per day. When RECO decommissioned the generators after the commissioning and coming on board of Nyagak 1 in September 2012, which has an installed capacity of 3.5 megawatts. Due to the increase in demand, Nyagak 1 was unable to meet demand in West Nile. This consequently led government of Uganda to enter into an agreement with Electromax to relocate and install an additional 8.28 megawatts diesel facility from Tororo to Arua to complement generation from Wenreco. Currently, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, West Nile has an overall installed capacity of 11.78 megawatts of electricity. That is 3.5 megawatts from Nyagak 1, which is a hydro power plant, and 8.28 megawatts from Electromax, which is a thermal generating facility. However, the committee was informed that although Electromax had a licensed capacity of 8.228 megawatts, tested capacity was 6.5 megawatts, while the highest ever produced capacity was 3 megawatts. The committee was informed that peak demand for West Nile is 6 megawatts and suppressed demand is estimated at 5 megawatts. The committee observed that as per the reported installed capacity from Nyagak 1 and from Electromax, Arua should be having sufficient capacity to meet its current and suppressed demand. However, this is not the case as load shedding and outages remain rampant in the region. 4.2, actual total electric supply in West Nile. The committee extracted generation figures from ERA's comprehensive electricity supply industry database. The database gives figures for Wenreco actual generation per quarter and what it buys from Electromax for the period 2015 to 2019, as reflected in the table below. Computations were made to obtain the average power produced in megawatts. And I want to refer you to the shaded columns in the report. That is the last three columns. There, they don't reflect on the screen, it's not reflecting. You will see what we've computed to be the actual generation in megawatts. And you see when record generation in megawatts, 2.32, 2.55, 2.18, etc., etc. Similarly, for Electromax, that is meant to generate 8.28 megawatts. You see what they are generating: 1.09, 0.56, 0.7, 0.78, etc., etc. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move on to, so from the table, you can see that both Electromax and Wenreco are generating below the capacity that was agreed on. So from the table above and figure 1 that you can see subsequently, the committee observed that the total generation for West Nile from the two generators, Wenreco and Electromax, for the period 2015 to 2021 ranges from 1.07 megawatts, the lowest value reported in Q1 of 2019, to the highest value of 3.41 megawatts reported in Q4 of 2021.
Honorable Chair, you can see the time I gave you and your report on page 9. You know, go to page 48 so that we go on recommendation.
Thank you for your guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, I hope that my colleagues managed to read the report in advance, so I will proceed.
That's not your problem.
Page 48. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that on each I just go to the recommendation.
Chair, please.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the recommendations are as follows. The committee recommends that the Electricity Regulatory Authority should ensure that tariffs are competitive and fair for the consumers. 2, that a cooking tariff be introduced for the off-grid schemes, as is the case for Umeme, to reduce reliance on biomass for cooking. 3, the lifeline units for Wenreco should be increased from 8 kilowatt hour to 15 kilowatt hour to align them to Umeme rates so as to encourage consumption. On health, safety, environment concerns at the Electromax generation facility, the committee recommends that an appropriate industrial floor is safe to use in generation facilities. An appropriate industrial floor that is safe to use in generation facilities is resistant to abrasion and can manage the loads and traffic on site be installed in the switching station. 2, that Wenreco should decommission its abandoned generators as per decommissioning plan that was submitted to the National Environment Management Authority. 3, the floors at the generators should be fixed and proofed to prevent oil spillages. 4, additionally, an interceptor to manage oil spillages and runoff on site should be constructed. 5, appropriate number of sanitary facilities should be availed expeditiously to address the needs of both female and male workers and visitors on site. 6, monitoring and maintenance of the plant facilities should routinely be carried out to ensure that they are in good working conditions. Right Honorable Speaker, on fragmented planning in the sector, the committee recommends that Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should establish or strengthen the planning function for electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Two, that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development should not enter new agreements for generation, transmission, and distribution until the energy policy and energy policy and energy bill are tabled and approved by Parliament. Three, in the future, Parliament should ensure that approval for funding for development of generation projects should be done simultaneously with their transmission components. Five, that government of Uganda should stop negotiating power purchase agreements with deemed energy clauses. Regarding transmission losses, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends that to fully realize the envisaged benefits of the Kole Gulu Nebi Arua transmission project, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, UETCL, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, with their consultants to consolidate all efforts to ensure that this project is completed and commissioned by March 2023 as a way of reducing technical losses at transmissions. Regarding impacts of load shedding, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the plant availability of the operated plants be increased, power dispatches increased, and the connection of West Nile region to the national grid be expedited to avail stable and reliable power supply to West Nile. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the need for adequate and reliable electricity is key in driving Uganda's vision of transforming the whole country from a peasant to an industrialized economy. Despite the West Nile being a trade hub connecting to South Sudan and DRC, it experiences rampant load shedding and power outages, which have hindered its contribution to economic transformation of the country. The reasons for this unreliable electricity are attributed majorly to the region not being connected to the national grid, thus failing to tap into the excess electricity available from the rest of the country and the other benefits accrued from being connected to high voltage transmission network and substations. A good transmission network ensures that sources from different loads are synchronized, reduces transmission loads, and there is easier control for remote and on-site functions. Further, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the two generators in the region are dispatching far below their subcontracted and installed capacities, and thus failing to meet the demand for the region. To address the rampant load shedding in the region, the government of Uganda has put in place several initiatives to overcome this challenge. In the short term, government is constructing a medium voltage line connecting Olwio to a substation in Pakwach. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to report that West Nile has actually been connected already since our intervention. And this line is expected to be commissioned in November 2022. However, the long-term solution is the completion of the Kole Gulu Nebi Arua transmission project, which connects West Nile to high voltage electricity backbone transmission infrastructure by March 2023. Thereafter, government will have to invest in the distribution network so as to increase the West Nile's rate of electricity access. Therefore, the committee in its findings agrees with the prayers of the movers of the motion, except in prayer 1, where it recommended that the contract of Electromax be terminated rather than government of Uganda providing funds to Uganda National Oil Company to supply fuel to Electromax, to generate its licensed capacity. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Korik. Honorable Minister, I'll give you an opportunity first. I'll give an opportunity to the Honorable Minister first. Might be having some updates for us.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Parliament for actually bringing this onto the floor for debate. The submissions by the committee is actually helping us, and it's also highlighting the efforts the ministry is putting in place to address the constraints of electricity in West Nile. I totally agree with the findings of the committee, and the most important thing in this report is actually highlighting the recent efforts that have been put in place to address the shortages of electricity in West Nile. I wish to confirm that the 33 kV line is actually owned in West Nile, and power has relatively stabilized in the region. There may be occasions when there are outages, and those outages is because we incur a lot of losses of electricity in the 33 kV. The 33 kV line was supposed to end in Nebi Pakwach. But because we wanted to test if we can deliver stable power to Arua, we actually decided to extend it. And we're merging now the power generated in
just Quips, can you help me? We are here doing serious business. There are people making noise outside. I don't know what they are. You know? Can someone help us? Huh? No. So go on, Honorable Minister.
Yes, we have actually successfully connected now that the power generated from Nyagak 1, and is being complemented by the 33 kV line, which we have successfully delivered to Arua. Yes, clarifications allowed.
Colleagues, the Honorable Minister is going to be here. Please, I wanted you to finish, Honorable Minister. Finish, and then we shall allow questions, which can come to you during the debate, because we are going to have a debate.
So that connection has been done, and the delivery of power now in the main grid through a 132 kV is progressing well. And we expect that that work will be completed by March. And on the distribution of the delivered power to West Nile, I wish to thank again the members of Parliament for passing the loan. It is actually that loan which is going to help us increase and deliver, distribute the power in West Nile. And that one is likely to take slightly longer time, but within the loan, we shall connect the various institutions of government through the solar mini grids. And I also wish to point out here, West Nile is going to have excess energy because Nyagak 3 is also in course, and as the chair highlighted, we actually need money to complete Nyagak 3. And we also have a station again for generating 20 megawatts in the West Nile from solar. Those sources complemented, we expect West Nile to get stable power and also export power to the DRC and South Sudan through that route. I wish to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm going to open up colleagues, and I'll give first priority to MPs from West Nile. Okay. Yes, I will start with Honorable Nzima. then Siraji, Honorable Siraji, Mamawi. So the five, I'll start with colleagues from West Nile. Please allow me. Each one 2 minutes, then the former minister for energy. I will
Thank
also
you.
allow.
Thank you. Right. I want to thank the committee for work well done. And I also want to thank the minister for the highlights he has raised. The issue of power in West Nile, I think has been a long issue, which should have been sorted. These challenges of fuel and the rest, the initial agreement was that as we work on, say, Karuma, taking power from Karuma to West Nile was supposed to be connected via Ajuman, because as we talk now, Ajuman actually is not on Nyagak. Ajuman is on power from Owen Falls Dam and via Lira. And that was the agreement. These losses were incurred through fuel supply and the rest were issues that came in when some few individuals looked at the power problem in West Nile as a business. And I've purposely stood this issue raised by the minister that some of the power problems in West Nile will be solved through solar. What a minister, for us, we expect reliable source of energy. You know, we have been hearing this, that there are plans being cooked to supply solar to West Nile. I think we should not be seen, our problem of power should not be seen as a market for people to do business. And we don't want that solar there. We want a reliable industrial power, because we have been frustrated on this issue. The nearness of West Nile to South Sudan, to Congo, provides reliable development opportunities. And we can only realize these opportunities when there is reliable industrial power in West Nile, not really solar. Solar should never be in any picture in this. If it is there, it must go to the rural, deep rural areas, not to supplement an energy, because for a long time, we have been longing for power that can bring about development in West Nile. The emphasis of government, as of now, are on agricultural chain development and also value addition. If we don't put these powers in place, that can help us. We begin talking about solar and the rest. When shall West Nile develop?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, you see, the national energy mix, there is no way you can remove solar. Solar, the whole of Dubai, don't just wait, honorable, please. Dubai is surviving on solar. Now, the generators you are complaining about lacking fuel are generators of around 10 megawatts. This is a solar plant of 20 megawatts, double, okay? Going to feed into the grid. So, to me, honorable colleagues, you should be very welcome. You should be welcoming solar. There are countries running on solar alone. Very reliable power. You have very good sunshine in West Nile. So I don't want it to go on the record of parliament that we said West Nile doesn't want solar. No.
Right, Honorable Speaker, what I was saying is that if we are to have solar in West Nile, it must go to supply the rural area and supplement the energy of the rural population. But of course, solar is very important. I acknowledge that. Because whereas right now power is not reached in other areas, people survive on solar. Even at my home, I use solar.
Thank you. Now, I want to clarify to you this properly, that all power generated will go into a pool.
Exactly.
From the pool of power in West Nile, it loses color. You can't know this is for solar, this is for thermal, this is for hydro. No, it will be electricity. Simple. Yes. Right, Honorable Right.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the effort of the government to connect West Nile to national grid. It has been something that we had been logging for a long. We want to thank government for that. However, the 33 kV that Western Nile is connected to, that one is still like a drop in an ocean. Most of the districts under the parishes, you cannot even see a pole, electric pole in those districts under the parishes. So I will appeal to the government to do all what is possible to make sure that when we want Paris model to succeed in our area, those sub-counties, those districts that have not had the power for a long time should be connected, so that we move the same footsteps with other districts in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mamawi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. Aware of the power challenges in Western Nile, Right Honourable Speaker, we have been addressing this parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of power in Western Nile is in two different angles. One, we have electricity, which is supplied from national grid in Adjumani and Moyo district. But the challenge we have in Adjumani and Moyo is the power outage. And what we are expecting is we need a substation in Adjumani, which is in the Madi sub-region, part of West Nile. It is unfortunate, Right Honourable Speaker, that when the committee was given time to go to West Nile, they thought West Nile is only Arua and Greater Nebi. They did not reach to Madi sub-region, which is part of West Nile, Right Honourable Speaker. And we complained, and we are still complaining that we need a committee to reach to Madi sub-region, which is part of West Nile, to ascertain the power challenge in that region. Right Honourable Speaker, in the same region, we have a complete district of Obongi, which has no even single electricity pole. And this is in Uganda. So now we expect a committee to also give us a report as far as Obongi in the Madi sub-region in the West Nile is concerned. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, before I allow others, can you first clarify on that? That you reduced West Nile to Arua and the Nebi.
Right, Honorable
Why didn't you go
Speaker.
to Madi sub-region?
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I want to beg my colleagues from the West Nile sub-region that we adopted a methodology of how we will conduct this study. And as you all know, in all scientific studies, you cannot reach everywhere, but you sample. I think that is a standard that all of us will agree is always adopted when carrying out such a research. That notwithstanding, our report is a clear reflection of what is pertaining to the whole sub-region. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, you understand the main issue for West Nile is just connecting them to the national grid. Whether we rotate around, whether we do what, connecting to the national grid is a solution. So if it gets connected, Honorable Mamawi, your area would also benefit. Okay? It would be a problem if the minister refuses to come. But for the committee, was doing a study. So, Honorable Minister, I encourage you, please link up with Honorable Mamawi and visit Madi sub-region of West Nile. And I will inquire from you next week if you've done it. And Honorable Vasari is offering to accompany you.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the sentiments from our colleagues from West Nile. I know what you feel. And we are trying to do everything possible to make sure we deliver power.
Honorable, as I'm giving you an opportunity to speak.
Yes.
You don't disturb the minister.
On the issues raised on solar.
No. Honorable Minister, please, you will respond later. I have said visit Madi sub-region. That's what, go
Okay, let
support
me-
our colleagues. These are your colleagues.
Yes, Madi sub-region, I honestly feel what, I know, I understand what they are talking about. But Madi has got a separate intervention. There is a line which is going to come from Gulu. The other route is going to be strengthened. And we are going to build a substation in Madi to actually bring that power down from Gulu. So that one is going to be done. It is in plan. And then the distribution. You cannot put a distribution line when you don't have food. Let's deliver the food and then we start sharing it. If I put the lines there, they would be redundant. So let's wait for the power to be delivered. And I said it's going to be a priority of the ministry in the new project.
Honorable, I repeat, can you go to Madi sub-region with your MPs? You support your colleagues and explain this to their constituents. That's
Most of-
what I'm asking.
Chair, most obliged. I
Thank
will
you.
actually go there.
Very good. That's how you support colleagues, and I like you for that. You always do it. Honorable Azza? Oh, then John. After Azza. Then I'm coming here now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Chair, Committee, Protection. Right Honorable Speaker,
Please.
I need to be protected.
You're protected, Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable, you're protected. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my dear colleagues. Chair of the committee, thank you very much for your report. Honorable Minister, you have made a commitment before Parliament, before the Speaker, and before everybody. You have made a commitment in the parliamentary Hansard that in March next year, the whole of West Nile will be connected and there'll be very stable power. There'll be very stable power. You have just made that commitment, and that's what we are waiting from you. When we get power from Owen Falls, but as said before, it's not stable. It's always off and on, and we'll be very grateful if by March next year there will be a stability of power in a Madi sub-region. Why? We need to have a stable power in the Madi sub-region. Honorable Minister, the place is near the borders with the Sudan. We have always had interruptions from the network, from the internet of South Sudan. We need stability of power so that we can use internet. Our schools can use their computers. Our local governments can use their computers for transacting business. Not only that, even these days, applications for jobs are online. We need to have power so that we can have access to all these facilities. Government business and everything is done these days online and using computers, and this one needs power. So we need power in Madi sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable John.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose,
Then I'll go to Pachuto.
I'm John Lematia. I want to add my voice to thank the committee for that report. Power issue in West Nile is a concern, but allow me bring it to this August House and particularly to the minister, the issue of network in West Nile. Our power system and the network in West Nile in such a way that when power in Arua is off, definitely in Maracha or Koboko or Madi, the power will be off. I wanted the minister to help us and address the issue of the network in West Nile. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Let me start with Sarah, then I'll pick Chemonge, then I go this side.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for their report. And just to note, Right Honorable Speaker, that from their report, it is clear that government has been paying Electromax and Wonreco for what they have not been producing. This is what I gather from the report. And therefore, I want to support the idea that there be a forensic audit conducted by the Office of the Auditor General. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I hope the clarification I wanted from the minister. Government got into an agreement with Wenreco in 2003. And this agreement was for 20 years. And Right Honorable Speaker, there are normally people moving in the corridors to renew contracts of such companies that have even failed to deliver. I hope that the ministry, the government, is not going to get into another agreement with this company because their contract should be ending 2023. So I hope that there will not be a further extension before we receive the Auditor General's report. There must not be any renewal whatsoever, Right Honorable Speaker. Lastly, in the interest of time, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of corporate social responsibility. This company was supposed to put up, to connect power to health centers, supposed to extend corporate social responsibility, build some schools here and other facilities. Their contract is coming to an end. They have not delivered on that part. That is actually cheating the people of Uganda, because that was part of what they were supposed to do in signing the agreement with government. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I hope that all these issues can be followed up. I'm glad the Prime Minister has walked in. I hope we shall not hear that government has signed the agreement with Wenreco and yet they had failed to deliver. And we welcome the idea of the extension or the connection of West Nile to the national grid. That's the way to go. That's not another country. We are in one country, Right Honorable Speaker. So I'm glad that that has been done, but also to bring to the attention of the minister that while we talk about power in West Nile, some of our investors, manufacturers, people with industries around Namamvi, Right Honorable Speaker, are complaining about the power fluctuations. They cannot operate. Some of them have had to shut up. Some think I'm still in the ministry. They keep sending me messages. I am not there. So, Honorable Minister, please also attend to our investors and those industrial parks and ensure stable power in that area. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Pachuto. Oh, I had allowed Honorable Chemongis. Let me first do Pachuto. Regional Whip for West Nile.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and the minister for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, we are here as representatives of the people. And today, the people of West Nile would have loved to hear it very clearly as to when they will be connected to the national grid. But you realize that in the two submissions of the chairperson is talking of March 2023, but the minister states that it will take a while. And I really want to, as a leader, to get clarity from the minister what he means by it will take a while for the people of West Nile to get power. And then two, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the chairperson of the Committee of Natural Resources, what justifications they had to defer with the mover on the recommendation of the first recommendation that electromax, whatever, should be terminated. What justification? We want to know. If people of West Nile will feel that they should be terminated, what mandate, what rights does the committee have to say no without giving justification to the people of West Nile and the people of Uganda? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chemonge. No, I'm coming this side, correct. Shadow Minister for Energy, for Natural Resources, I'm coming.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the committee for this very important report that is trying to help our colleagues from West Nile, because I'm always with them. They're always crying about power. I also want to take this opportunity to bring to the attention of the House that the same problem happens in Kwen and the entire Sabay region. Today, there is a power connection from Sabay, and that is in Sit. Power has been connected from Sit River. And it's very disappointing that whereas we see power passing on top, only 10% of the region is connected to power. But while we are seeing power generation from the region, something very disappointing. Otherwise, I want to thank the committee and also say that the minister should assure us in the House that from the budget that was from the loan that we approved recently, I want the minister to confirm to us and the entire survey that from this loan, at least all the sub-counties in survey will get power from this loan that we approved, because we've stayed for long without power and we are unable, the entire survey is unable to do value addition to their agricultural products.
Thank you.
Because of power.
Thank you, Honorable Atima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Committee of Natural Resources and the Ministry of Energy for the work so far done in that region of West Nile. I was personally involved when the committee was conducting the activities in the region. I appreciate them for the depth of their activities that they did in the region. One thing that didn't come clear from the report, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to mention is the incapacity of the company that is handling the power supply in the region in terms of power distribution, that is WENRECO. One, we mentioned to them that the staff are not properly acquainted with how distribution can be done. This is as a result of constant power breakdown in the region, especially when there are some weather changes. If rain clouds form, power goes off, and those staff have no capacity to maintain this power as it happens in other parts of this country. So there is that element which has not come clearly. And then two, the infrastructure in the region in terms of the connectivity, the lines and the transformers that are used, it seems to be obsolete, because any slight thing, power will just blow off. So the committee did not capture this properly, because when this bulk power comes to the region, it should be sustained, it should be distributed in the region equitably as it is in this other part of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chivoga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Probably we need to clarify to the members of West Nile. There are timelines for the different companies, and the minister should come out clear on that. When will the generation be exhausted in the region? When will the transmission be exhausted? What are its timelines? And when will the distribution be accomplished? So, Chairperson and Minister, you need to inform the House, because I see the transmission targets are confused to be the distribution targets. Likewise, these companies have different mandates. Somebody may think I've done my part as a generation, when actually people don't see distribution in their households, they think you have done nothing. So this one has to come out clear in our report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Musa, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
After Doctor.
And I want to thank the committee on the report. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to bring about 3 issues regarding this report. One is about the 6.6 megawatt Nagakitiri project. This project is at different stages. The construction works are almost at 90%, but there's still no work on the lines. So what is going to happen is that we will have the dam completed, generation started, but there will be no evacuation. And then the country will be forced to pay deemed energy when we don't have the resources, just the way we are spending money on ASWA. This is one thing that I wanted Minister to confirm, the 24 billion that is required to complete that project, and the construction of the lines is going to start in time. The second thing is, Right Honorable Speaker, actually, if you look at the report, it brings the plight of people of West Nile regarding power. The access is about 0.5 to 8% compared to the national average of 28%. So I think recently we passed a law here. I am with the view that this should be the opportunity to try to bring West Nile very close to the national average. So I'm therefore begging that the connections that were allocated for West Nile region, especially the district in the West Nile, I feel that are very inadequate to bring West Nile very closely. The third thing is what Honorable Sarah Opendi raised. Actually, the minimum power supposed to be provided by Electromax is 3 megawatts. But if you look at the report, since they started implementation in West Nile, what they have provided is 1.09 megawatts. This is just about 37% of what they have been providing. And they have been paying for all the minimum of 3 megawatts. This means a lot of money has been spent on services that has not been provided. I therefore think, as prayed in the motion, there should really be an audit, both on Electromax and the ERA that supervises these providers. So, and the Wenareco as well, so that we really need to know whether there was really value for money for the service provided by Electromax and Wenareco in the region. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want first to thank the committee for the report. I have 3 observations. Dr. Bokadi George is my name. I represent the people of Obongi. And Obongi is the only district in West Nile without power. To the chairman, you used a scientific approach of sampling. We have 3 scenarios in West Nile, ladies and gentlemen. There are districts without power completely. There are districts with lines and poles that have not been energized. And there are districts with unreliable power. The recommendations cover the unreliable power. We haven't heard about those poles standing without lines on them. We haven't heard about the poles and lines without power on them. What have you recommended on that? And finally, for Madiokola and Obongi, districts that have no power completely, that should be considered a matter of urgency. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Achibu, Honorable Achibu Agne.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank the chairperson of the committee for giving us a very wonderful report. The Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the drive behind development is power. And when we are talking about underdevelopment in West Nile, one of the reasons behind that is having no power in our region. The Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson to the committee said that they use a method of sampling. How I wish next time when we are using that methodology of sampling, let us go to the extreme ends of West Nile so that we come with objective results. Point number 2, the Right Honorable Speaker. In most cases, we are talking about the poles. Nebi district is also a victim of power. We find sometimes the poles are taken to the district. These poles, when they are taken, the right persons or the technical staffs in the district are not informed. Nobody is aware who has dropped there the poles, when they will be put somewhere or where they are just piling there. I think we need to be organized. Whenever such activities are going to the districts, to the municipalities, to the cities, let them connect with the technocrats in the district. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's something I need to clarify to this House and my friends in the West Nile. Power is a government that is taking power to West Nile. And the West Nile is going to be connected to the grid. But we need to understand, a minister will correct me, that when power is taken there, 132 kV, the 132 kV, it has to be dropped down
to 33 kV. That we are now talking of substations be distributed in areas. From 33 kV, it has to be dropped down to 11 kV. Now from 11 kV, that's when we are now going to go to do the distribution. Now, it's when we say West Nile is connected. The question is going to come tomorrow in March. A government has said has connected us, but we don't see power. But they don't know the process of distributing power to the houses or to the industrial areas. So West Nile members, probably the government or the minister should come up and clarify when the companies are going to start before March, so that these people realize the power in their areas. Thank you.
Agnes Apea.
Thank you very much, at least our corner. Thank you very much, the chair, for the reports. And Right Honorable Speaker, I just have two issues to raise. One, the issue of power in West Nile is an issue of Greater North, including Lango sub-region. And I share the sentiments of my colleagues from Madio Kolo, that they get the power that comes from Lira and Turugulu. Right Honorable Speaker, in Amolatar, we know that the days for power is on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The rest of the days, we don't have electricity, we don't have the power. Oh, I wish that the plans that the minister is talking about of solar and all that, you have to be mindful that much as you have records of electricity in every district of this country, look at the issue of stability of the electricity in these areas. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of costs. And I want to thank the chair for giving us the differentiations of the costs that comes with this electricity. Yes, we have the electricity. One of the reasons, Right Honorable Speaker, that you see so many poles and wires passing, and our people are just looking at the wires, are because of the issues of costs. And I want to thank our chair and the committee that the Honorable Minister, we would really want to hear from you on these issues of how our people can actually access the limited available electricity in our areas. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wanuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I seek for clarity. The minister has stated that West Nile has been connected on the national grid with 33 kV. Number one, how much power is in 33 kV? Because the peak in West Nile is around 6 megawatts. If you connected 33 kV, how comes that the members from West Nile, until now, they are saying they have never seen your power? Did you connect the power? We were in Karuma, Honorable Minister, with you. You told us, you showed us a line, it is going to West Nile. And that is 3 weeks ago. You said you had connected, I think now a month. But the people of West Nile, they are saying they have never seen that power. We want to leave this house knowing whether West Nile is now currently connected to the national grid. Before we talk about distribution in the houses, is there power in West Nile from the national grid? The people of West Nile need to hear that, so that now we talk about the distribution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oguzuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I've keenly listened to the report of the chair. I agree with you on holding ERA responsible for regulatory failure. There's a lot more which they should have done in holding the power distributors responsible. They didn't do, and that must be investigated to a logical conclusion. The assertions being made here that West Nile is now on the national grid. Honorable Minister, I just called you a few days ago at night, actually, because I was there and there has not been power in West Nile. The information we have is your system there has not been synchronized with the local system. And as such, that power cannot go to West Nile. What you are talking about is just lines which do not have actual power. I would really want you to get in touch with the technical people to get those facts right. As we talk now in West Nile, actually, the National Water Company cannot supply water. For about 3 months, they cannot pump enough water. These are all problems that is a result of power. In the Nyagaki 3 you are talking about, government is supposed to provide counterpart funding. And you are not clear on where that money is. And the contractor can now not be able to do their work. You've listened to the people, and the chairs ably listen to the cry of the people. In West Nile, we are paying one of the highest tariffs. And there has not been a clear remedy from the ministry. Whereas you are talking about the recent borrowing.
Honorable, do we have a special tariff for West Nile? They are charging you a tariff different from the rest of the country?
Yes, we're actually paying a much higher tariff than what the rest of the country is paying. And that disadvantages the people of West Nile. I think sometimes our people think this is a very structural problem created to keep some parts of this country backward. The people have lived in energy poverty for a very long time. You borrowed money, and in this money, honorable members, I would like to inform you, in this recent borrowing, to the whole of North, which is one of the underserved regions in this country, there will be 140,000 connections. Now you compare this to the rest of Uganda's, the central region will get 460,000 connections. And you're already well served. The Western Uganda will get over 200,000 connections. The Eastern Uganda will get more than 200,000 connections. The North from West Nile, Lango, Acholi, Karamoja, only 140,000. And yet they are living in darkness. Is there equity in this country? Is there? One time we met the president in Entebbe, and the honorable minister, and then who is seated in this house, told the president in our presence that West Nile does not have capacity to consume power. And you are looking at me now. You see this kind of injustice being done to the people?
No, Honorable, you're making
so the submission.
Honorable colleague. No, Honorable colleague. You see, you're making everyone guilty. Every minister is judged. Can you identify the minister you've said is here?
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Yes,
Mr.
can you
Speaker.
identify the minister? Every minister is now looking shy and guilty.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only trying to draw attention to a problem that has persisted for long, and we are looking for a solution. And the solution
So the solution is to make the whole front bench guilty.
And the solution can only come if the members appreciate the magnitude of the problem we faced. If you go to West Nile, the environment is completely devastated because the people depend on biomass. We are talking about climate change, and for the people of West Nile who have not seen power, they are dependent on biomass, and this has depleted the environment. We would have expected very clear solutions like here in other parts of Uganda, that gas, LGP, gas cylinders are supplied so that the people can use some of those things for cooking. But those solutions are not very, very clear. We are hosting refugees. The refugees have contributed to depletion of our environment. There's still not a clear plan. Most importantly, Honorable Minister.
But you don't want to listen to the speaker. It seems you have taken over completely.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I've given you really so much time.
I appreciate. Mr.
Please
Speaker,
conclude.
if you could just let me
conclude.
As a conclusion, Honorable Minister, the information I want to give you is that the money we borrowed for sub-county connections to take power to sub-counties, that project is not delivering. The lines have been abandoned there. They are incomplete. You need to pay attention to that. Two, the West Nile Grid Extension project. There are people who gave way leaves. They have not been compensated. And I gave the chair of the committee and you information that there are project items which have not been accounted for, and that should have been investigated. Those have not been investigated. So I really think you should listen to the speaker's advice that you need to return to West Nile and listen to those problems. They are much bigger problems which this report has not conclusively addressed. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, you know, this has really surprised, and I know we have a company generating power in West Nile and also distributing that power. But how it should work, we have areas, Honorable Minister, that are not generating any power and are saving power at a low rate. We should have subsidized West Nile if it was necessary. There's no way we can say, West Nile, you have your special rate, as if they are not part of this country. That's a real shocker. In my area, I'm receiving power, but I'm not generating anything. Okay? Now, West Nile, which is generating, is being punished with a higher rate. That's unacceptable. Because what we should do, when you read the reports of error, each distributor, each generator is given a rate. Now, what we should be doing, we should have a uniform rate for the country. And then government can chip in on other areas. Then number two, Honorable Minister, the reasons you have in West Nile are mainly to do with the River Nyagaka not being able to generate the power you anticipated it can produce. Now you're even building another dam on that same river that disappointed you with the first dam. So I think we need a clear assurance that this time you got the design is right. Because I was in Natural Resources Committee, Nyagak, and I'm happy Honorable Muroni is here, she can help us. We quarreled with her several times on that issue. They were saying River Nyagak during the dry season, I think, it completed rise and you can't have much. Now you're adding on another dam. Honorable Muroni, can you give us some information? Can you? Let us benefit colleagues. No, Honorable, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to colleagues in thanking the committee for the report and all the efforts that are going into to ensure that the people of West Nile have reliable supply like any other part of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, of course, the process that government undertook to ensure that power extends to all parts of the country, it took advantage of the existing resources. So for West Nile, before the main grid is connected, they tried to harness the existing power sources, including hydro. Now on River Nyagak, the first dam, which is totaling 3.5 megawatts, 2 of them generators. And at that time, the demand for power in West Nile, you know, there is what we call suppressed demand. There is what is installed and what people can consume at that time. The issue is that West Nile region is very vibrant, and I really sympathize with the people of West Nile. Very active, very vibrant. They need, you know, the demand was growing so fast, meaning that whatever plans had to be made was to ensure that everything is accelerated because the demand was growing so big. When the Nyagak dam was commissioned, the 2 generators were able to supply West Nile, but it was outstripped within a very short time. And that's why all these efforts of getting solar, getting 33
kV as the 132 kV, and finally these 220 and 400 kV get into West Nile. All those were interventions by government. How fast, how quickly can we really help the people of West Nile? Now, when you're taking advantage of a resource, while we have the Nyagak upstream, you take advantage and you also build more dams downstream so that you can make use of this water, which is running at the different points along the river to actually get electricity. So whatever interventions government was doing is really for a good cause to ensure that all of these benefits go into helping the people of West Nile. So no harm building another dam downstream. It is trying to tap the same water it generates at Nyagak, but also again downstream, it is able to generate more water. Of course, now the sizing of the projects depends on the volume of water. And also the afforestation. You know how much water runs into rivers depends on the trees that we have. Yes, if we cut forests, definitely our rivers keep drying. So we must make sure that afforestation takes root so that River Nyagak can run throughout the year, and therefore whatever dams are constructed along the line will be able to generate electricity. That said, I also just wanted to put my other point to the committee and the ministry on the issue of tariffs. I appreciate their recommendations where they are saying they want competitive and fair tariffs to all Ugandans. Okay, let me finish this, then you can, yes. For a fair and competitive tariff. That one is a very loaded statement. I don't know whether the committee and the ministry can give us indications of what pointers, you know, in terms of the tariff and the timelines, so that we see that, yes, we are driving towards that. The second issue is on the cooking tariff. You know, we appreciate, and when I look at the tariff structure, it's only from 80 units up to 150 that they provide for the cooking tariff. Now, what happens to these people who benefit from the lifeline tariff and before they consume up to 80 units? It means they are paying at a higher rate for cooking. And if we want to help them, then maybe this cooking tariff should not skip that band. It should pick away right away from the 15 units, crossing up to 150 units, so that all of us as Ugandans benefit from the cooking tariff. And also extending it to West Nile, definitely. They should also benefit from the cooking tariff.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You see, getting that technical guidance and benefiting from that memory, you know. So, Honorable Minister, you will need to tell us, because you see, I'm seeing some riots on Nyagak 3. Now, we will need, maybe Chair, you have to interest yourself on the hydrological studies done for Nyagak 3. If Nyagak 1 has failed, the same environment, same river, same water volume, which failed you, and you're putting another dam. You know, one plate which failed to feed 2 people, and now you're adding 4 more people to feed from the same. Are we Jesus? Say, if you get 500 loaves of bread, you will feed 5,000 people? You know, these are issues, Chairman, you as the committee should tackle, but I hope the minister can. Soro?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Picked you, Honorable. And you see, when you get a microphone and you keep, I feel I'm being harassed here, so I tend to drop you forever. Yeah. So,
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report. But as we are speaking for West Nile, I want to tell you, Honorable Minister, that where I come from, 120 kilometers from Kampala, in the Bukoma Simbi, most areas have not even a single pole that gives people hope that maybe we shall get power in later.
In 3 months back, Right Honorable Speaker who was presiding, Right Honorable Ntamong, instructed the minister to come out with an electrification plan, action plan of Bukoma and Simbi. Up to now, we haven't seen that plan. I want to ask the minister and the ministry in general, what did the people of Bukoma and Simbi do to the ministry? So that I can talk to them, we apologize. Or if it's a debt, we come and pay. Thank you.
Honorable Abe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I must add my voice in thanking the committee for doing a great job. Indeed, we all agree that issues of West Nile must be prioritized. But Honorable Minister, I want you to pay keen interest in the contractors that you're going to give this work. You remember when you came to us in the Committee of National Economy, there were some contractors who never delivered on the task they were given. Honorable Minister, there is connection and there is effectiveness. Case in point in Kitgum district, we have poles and lines, but Honorable Minister, there is no power. And when we are giving reports, we will say Kitgum district has been connected. But what we know is we need the power to be there. And also the cost of connecting the power. Right, Honorable Minister, let's prioritize issues of schools, prioritize issues of churches, issues of hospitals, and we ensure that these are areas that we first address. And if we do that, Honorable Minister, we'll not be able to have such debate again. But if we don't handle all these issues we are bringing out while having this debate, then we may come back again here with the same complaints as not matter of national importance.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we thank you.
Cassandra.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I really want to appreciate the committee for the report as well. But what I want to bring to light is the fact that the issues of rural electrification have become very critical and not only unique to the West Nile region, but in my area in Kasanda district, we have villages, Mirembe, Chakatebe, Kasana, they are right along the roadside where electricity passes, but they have never been connected, and they also simply stare at the power lines all the time. We have a number of villages, including my own village in Kasana, the biggest percentage of that district has no electricity at all. And we've been talking about this electrification for a very long time, but the ministers always forget that Kasanda is a district. They tend to think that you are a village still in Mubende. So I really hope that they can prioritize Kasanda district.
Abim. Even honorable villages deserve power.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so even when Kasanda is considered a village, they should give it power. Yes, Abim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair of the committee for his very good report. I also want to thank the minister. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about West Nile lacking power, I really feel the pain because in Karamoja, there's one district which is exactly like West Nile, and that is Abim. Power came to Abim in 2006. Up to now, the district headquarters is still in darkness. Abim Hospital, the major hospital, the x-rays cannot run. Honorable Speaker, like my colleague said, for them, they are aware, for them, they are sure. They get power on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But for Abim, it is quarterly releases. In one quarter, we get power for 10 days. And our connection is from Pasmek, which is in, I think, in Padere. So we request the minister, Honorable Minister, please, as you look at the West Nile, also look at Abim. And Right Honorable Speaker, I request you direct him also to come to Abim so that we get sorted out.
Thank you. I know Honorable Kasai doesn't need to be directed. He will come to Abim. Huh? Isn't it honorable? You're going to Abim. Very good. Yes. Honorable Timuzigu and then Chegegwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter of electricity in West Nile is so urgent, Mr. Speaker. Congo is now part of East African community, and we need industries there in West Nile. If we do not do that, we shall do re-export of either products from Kenya or some products from Kampala. At the moment in West Nile, Congolese line up for products from Kampala and products from Kenya, and products of simple industries that would be in West Nile. Therefore, if we do not fast track connecting West Nile to the national grid, we are losing national revenue, because at the moment we are losing, we would be getting money as part of taxes from West Nile. Secondly, we are failing to get jobs. Those people would be getting jobs from industries. Therefore, I'm wondering why we are not connecting West Nile using the excess power the president has been talking about. Does it mean that as power travels from Jinja to West Nile, does it disappear on the way? If it can move from Jinja to Rwanda, from Jinja to Kenya, from Jinja to Sudan, how can that power fail to move up to West Nile directly instead of waiting for Nyagak, which has been failing? Mr. Speaker, we need to act so quickly, otherwise we shall continue losing, we shall continue failing to get jobs and failing to get revenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee chair for the report that he presented here. And I kind of got anxious that now West Nile is about to see light. I've been there, Right Honorable Speaker, not long ago. I think the Honorable Member for Nebi will bear me witness. Madiokolo, Obongi, Terego did not have electricity because I was there physically. And we cannot continue to talk about connection. The people of West Nile need electricity in their homes, in their industries, at their places of work, so that they can do value addition and also be able to join this country to transform their communities. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the members. I don't want to tell you what happens in Chegegwa, that I also don't have electricity. I would like to propose that the Ministry of Energy comes here in Parliament with a profile of each district and how electricity coverage is per district, so that we know which district has 5%, which district has 10%, because we all can't come up with motions. But the electricity coverage in our districts, Right Honorable Speaker, ends up at only seeing lines as a tourist attraction, but not electricity in the houses, not electricity in the industries and workplaces. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to implore through you that the ministry comes up with a profiled electricity coverage scale up and plan for each district. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the committee for the report, but also as part of TESO, thank the Minister for the poles that have been lined up in many of our districts and the lines there. We thank you for that. My question is really when those lines will be switched on, because that's what people are asking for. In Kaberemaido, you have done a lot of coverage in terms of putting up the poles, but we are looking forward to that to be switched on. The other issue I want to raise with you, Honorable Minister, is the issue of pricing for connections. There are some places where people are saying they are being asked 2 million shillings for a connection. Other people are saying 3 million. Other people are saying 1.5. So it would be good if the ministry can come out clearly on what that cost of connection is. Lastly, we, like other members have said, the issue of schools and government institutions. We still have schools that are not connected, and they are asked to also pay to be connected. The same with churches. If there would be an affirmative action on those, it would be helpful. And there are also several hotels and tourist places, which are really an investment for government, but they are not connected. We still have, even in Soroti area, where there are guest houses connected but very intermittent power, and so they cannot host visitors. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair? Lope.
Thank you very much.
Chair, a minute.
Okay.
Get Lope. Say something.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to assure the Honorable Chair that he's safe. I can see him agitated a bit.
He's excited to see you on the floor.
I like him. We have sparred over energy matters, and at some stage we had consensus. First of all, to remind him that while amending the Electricity Act, we did advise on our side that we should consider amending the VAT Act to bring VAT for its consumption to 10 from 18. And I thought that if you had taken that cue, the debate about the cost would not be arising now. So we are doing, we are going over the same matter that was not considered. So we need to rethink it. Two, the issue on page 30, relating to the ongoing project Nyangak 3. My concern is, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were discussing the issue of Vinch Coffee, I raised here and through a motion without notice, and the House took that motion, the effect that all contracts before government must have an eye of Parliament. And I can see contracts here. Parliament is investigating Bujagali over what is called a fraud contract, in which possibly billions of money were lost. Has the committee considered looking at these contracts the government is undertaking under PPP? And I hope, Right Honorable Speaker, through action taken reports, we shall have a report from the Land Attorney General on these contracts that we did demand for as Parliament to be tabled for the attention of Parliament. Three, and lastly, is the issue of deemed energy referred to, I think on page 29 or thereabout. No, on page 32 to be particular. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, if you consider how much money the country loses in paying for deemed energy, our last calculation from my side could power over 10 districts in this country. So the question, did the Honorable Chair consider whether government is alive to the cost and the challenge of still contracting where deemed energy is still considered a cost to the taxpayer, instead of be actually, we even advise that the cost, deemed energy resources, could be channeled in connecting communities, and it's in millions of dollars. So is the minister alive to the challenge of deemed energy, and how we have variously advised that actually this is a negatory cost to the taxpayer, and there will be no cost if government vacated payment for deemed energy. I would like to hear from the chairperson and what they're doing about it, that in the next budget, we are able to do away with this cost and make it an available resource for connecting communities. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I thought I should bring out these issues. Otherwise, I want to thank the committee for hazarding about this report and its attendant problems. What I have forgotten, Right Honorable Speaker, just I beg your pardon. At the tabling of the loan for the energy sector, I remember I rose up for an advisor that the minister, as a matter of equity table, who are going to be the beneficiary areas or regions, so that members are comforted with the fact that we are all serving in the same country. Now, I was away when that loan was being considered, so I do not know whether it was one of the considerations of the committee, because now what I'm hearing, it does seem that it was never an issue. So the debate is back. So we have a loan passed, it's generally available. Whoever either can lobby or speak nicely or tell some consummate lies, but not as a matter of equity for the taxpayer. So will the minister assure this country that actually the taxpayers in Kassan and other places would derive equity out of this loan to which every taxpayer is liable?
Thank you. Honorable Minister, it causes no harm, it does no harm for you to retable, even if you tabled it, okay? The beneficiaries for that loan, the areas that are going to benefit. Please table it, just lay it on table, and then we shall share with the colleagues so that they know the area that are going to be covered in the country. Then this also brings us to the one for rural electrification. Last mile connection, the loan we passed. And you started on implementation and you went through very many issues. That time I was backbencher, now I'm a presiding officer. Sir, this time I have the power to direct. The other time I was begging, now I cannot. So we need an update on that report. Seriously, implementation update. Because by now we should have finished a long time ago. We should be having power in all sub-counties of Uganda. We should be having power. Everyone who are working on it is Honorable Tumwine and Mary and the group. No, I'm not opening this colleagues, please. I'm not. So, Minister, we also need that. We also need that. I'll give you space on other people on Tuesday to give us two things. One, an implementation status report for the last mile connection REA project for all sub-counties in the country. The status report dated, updated. Number two, the beneficiary areas for this loan which we passed, so that colleagues in their areas, they can know and start preparing. So Chair, I'll give you all of them. I expect them on Tuesday.
Thank you.
After that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I will start by responding to the issues raised by my senior brother, the Lob, in respect to deemed energy and whether the loan we passed recently actually provided for equity in terms of coverage, national coverage. And I want to say that the electricity access scale-up loan that we passed here recently is meant to address most of the challenges colleagues have raised here, including connections to public facilities like schools, health centers, churches, but also to improve on our cooking method so that we move away from the use of biomass. Now, last 2 weeks ago when we passed that loan, one of the major considerations that the presiding officer then considered, and which I think was debated comprehensively, was the issue of national coverage. Was this loan meant to cover just a few areas or the whole country? And indeed, that was the consideration, that that loan is meant to cover the whole country. The allocations notwithstanding, the Honorable Minister will give us details of how many are going to the east, how many are going to the north, how many in central, and how many in the west. Those are the details. But suffice it for me to say that that loan has a national character. Now, equity notwithstanding, the minister will give the details about that. Now, when that loan is meant to address the issue of deemed energy, to boost consumption, so that we don't continue paying money for energy not consumed. And so I must say that when we were undertaking this study,
we specifically got concerned about the fact that Nyagak 3 Dam is almost getting completed, which meant that very soon, if government doesn't provide its part of the equity, then we are going to lack evacuation. And that's why we made a very strong recommendation that government should urgently provide 24 billion, which is its equity on that project, being a PPP, public-private partnership, so that we don't generate power and there is no evacuation. So that was our consideration, that government needs to, if it means borrowing more money, they would rather borrow the 24 billion so that the lines are connected. And the assurance we got from the contractors is that once the money is provided to them, they would be able to execute that by March 2023. They already have the plan, everything is done. What is left is just giving them the money and they would execute. Now, the other issue that I really want to address was raised by Honorable Pachuco, who wondered why we recommended for the termination of Electromax contract as opposed to what the presenters of the motion prayed for, namely that UNOC be given money to provide fuel to Electromax to generate. And our consideration is what UETCL is paying to Electromax to generate already has a fuel component. So it is not the onus of government again to give UNOC money to buy fuel. What we saw in Electromax was a company that is facing financial challenges and it had failed on its obligation. And that is why we disagreed with the prayers of the petitioners, or rather the movers of the motion, that the government gives fuel through UNOC. So we say, no, this is a company that has failed to meet its obligation. Its contract should be terminated, and indeed, the company should be investigated. We made very strong recommendations about investigating the whole thing. We recommended a forensic audit by the Auditor General, and we believe, although I did not have the time to take you through this report through and through, I believe the whole report is going to be captured as part of the Hansard of this House, and that the recommendations that we made will be followed to the letter. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to drag on this House. I want to leave the rest to the Minister to respond to, because basically the other issues are for him to respond to, because those are implementation issues, and the mandate of the executive is to implement. Ours as a legislature, ours is merely an oversight function. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker. My chair has spoken. There are only a few clarifications which I would wish to make. On the loan, equity and connections, I will oblige by what the Speaker has actually asked me to do. I'm comfortable with the distribution. Every part of the country is covered, and you'll be able to see what has been given to your district.
Yes.
And this depends largely on those areas like the questions have been asked. You see lines running on above the heads, but there is no electricity. This project is actually supposed to step that power down to make it available and connected to the households and the end users. Secondly, the project is
purely talking to the parish development model, connecting power to those growth centers, connecting power to those industries which you have in your places, the grinding mills, connecting power to institutions, schools, health centers. That's what the project is actually addressing. Making sure that power is used for productive purposes, but it will also go to households. But of course, if the households are far off from the grid, that's where the solar system comes in. When the school is far from the grid, we actually bring in the solar systems of health centers. And we're working with the ministries of health, Ministry of Education. We're also working with the Ministry of Water, and we're working with the Ministry of Trade to guide us where we shall take the power, including irrigation. Connectivity, the project is solely mainly addressing the distribution part. We have been talking about dimmed energy. The dimmed energy is because there is poor network for distribution. There are so many areas that are not connected. There are so many areas where we have not taken the power. So the project is for distribution and connections. Majorly, there's going to be no transmission. And this is expected to absorb the dimmed energy which we have been registering. That's the sole purpose of this project. And for the benefit of members, I'm actually going now to also lay on the table the beneficiaries that I'm talking about. It will come out clearly, and those who were here when the project was being debated upon, you actually remember whom the beneficiaries are. The power is
Not on responses. We are concluding, Honorable colleagues.
On Nyagak, and the private sector PPP, that one is actually being addressed. And what we actually need for Nyagak to come into production is the 24 billion shillings that we are asking for. And within the 24 billion shillings, the transmission component is inclusive. So it's not going to be dimmed energy. If we get the 24 billion shillings, the transmission line is going to be provided to link it to Nyagak 1. And then once it's linked to Nyagak 1, it will actually be distributed all over the country. So there's going to be no dimmed energy. There are so many questions on the connections and the cost of connections. The cost, this project is actually going to address the policy of government for free connection. We are going to have over 1 million connections done, targeted at households that have no pole, one pole or no pole connection. It's going to be done in the implementation of the free connection policy. So there's going to be no pole that is going to be hanging without a connection being done. So government is actually coming to implement a free connection policy through the project. So there is no point of saying affirmative action. Government is going to implement their policy, which is affirmative action for all those who desire to use electricity.
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
Yes. There are lines which are not connected. There are poles which are hanging without the network. That is a priority of the ministry now. There are so many lines which are actually technically commissioned. They have the transformers, they have the conductors, and you find a pole in front of a household, but the household is not using the electricity. I will wish to urge MPs, if you went and stood by a transformer which is making noise. That line has been commissioned technically. It is actually ready for connection. You are actually, I'm going to produce a list of those lines which have reached that level and actually put it on the table here, such that members know those lines which are complete and the population can use them even if they are not politically commissioned.
No, but Honorable Minister, you know the challenge.
Yes.
And just a minute, you know the challenge. People don't have 700 and something thousand for connections. And by the way, if it was in my powers, Honorable Minister, I want to be open on this. If it was in my powers, I would even connect that power for free to everyone. Reason being, in just 1-2 years, you would have recouped this money. Moreover, you're paying for this power. Whether being consumed or not, you're paying for it. Now, just if it was in my powers, I would connect everyone because I would recoup this money quickly. It's very simple, Honorable Minister.
Yes.
So when you tell people that if you hear sound in a transformer, you know this is ready, so see your people to get connected. People in economics, it's a very simple term in economics, constrained demand. A service is there, people want it, but they are constrained by the charge.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, I take your sentiment, and this is why this project actually came in place for implementation of the free connection policy. And just give us 2 months and this policy will be implemented fully through the project.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
For the other questions which have been asked, like that one of solar and so on, for West Nile, you are actually very lucky. You have a proper energy mix in your region. You have hydro, and we are bringing a lot of more hydro through our grid. You have a potential for solar. The solar will be connected onto the grid. It is not going to be a standalone. It will be fed through your substations, and you'll use it to stabilize the power. West Nile has also got a potential for producing geothermal energy in Pakwach. All these are going to be exploited. West Nile is going to be exporter of power rather than a user of power. You'll have more than what you need in your region when we bring all this into play. So the commitment which I've made, and there was a clarification that was sought, that I say it will take time. There are different types of energy. If I delivered bulk power at 132, that one ends in the substation. Then I've got to start developing the distribution network, stepping that power down to 33 kV, 11 kV. That's the power which will go into houses and industry. That one will take us time to develop. And West Nile is actually going to be a priority, even in the project and other projects which are the ministry is doing. West Nile, we shall endeavor to bring you at par with the rest of the country. So I would wish to appreciate the people of West Nile. My friend Lee knows very well that, yes, the power, the 33 kV, has not actually been properly synchronized onto the network of West Nile. Yes, and we're actually using now UEDCL to do that. And the report which I got last week, they have succeeded in actually harmonizing the network in West Nile. No, this was last week.
Honorable, you're responding to a member who is not on record.
Yes.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So the reader of the Hansard will see will look for the connection.
Yes.
Your submission and
so it is actually being taken care of using UEDCL. When RECO was not able to do it, so we had to bring in UEDCL. And finally,
Give the minister, minister conclude.
and finally, West Nile has actually, we have had your cry on Wenreko. The concession of Wenreko is coming to an end and is not going to be renewed. UEDCL is taking over West Nile as a government company to make sure that the power is stabilized in West Nile. So that's the last one. The rest of the questions from other regions, one thing I would wish to point out, they have the backbone electricity. Yes, like Cassandra, they actually have, I will talk about Abim. Cassandra, you have a backbone. It is the distribution which is lacking. You have those big lines which are going overhead. We are going to step them down and then we shall distribute power. And Abim, I share with you. Abim, okay, let me answer Abim. Abim, we know your power is coming from Gulu and it's through a distribution line. There are a lot of power losses in Abim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Energy was directed by the chair last time to bring a comprehensive report about the state of electricity connection in this country, detailing all areas. So this piecemeal approach that the minister has chosen now would defeat that purpose. Let him come here as directed by the chair last time, give us this report with details so that all members can feel that you have taken care of them. Would really proceed like that? You direct him to come with that statement.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Minister, piecemeal responses? No. Let's stick to what we agreed.
So I'm concluding by assuring those whom I've committed to go to their regions that I will go. Abim, I'm coming, and
Bongi,
I'm coming there.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You have seen you still have very many issues. The Speaker directed you to also bring a report, a response to the issues raised by the Shadow Minister for Energy on power outages. I'll give you space on Thursday because it is for this week. Yeah, you were directed to bring it this week. So I'll give you space on Thursday. I hope you will be ready so that we can, the issue of the national outages, which we continue getting, and the solution for it, the permanent solution. Okay, so on Thursday, I'll give you space on the order paper. Number two, I saw the report you gave in relation to what Rob has said on the connection, the areas that are going to benefit from the RON. It's not helpful at all. When you list Mukono will get this much, Mitoma this much, Obongi this much, how will I know whether my constituency is in or not? We need details. I'm sure the project must have gone into detailed designs. You know which village, which parish, which sub-county. That's the detail we need. The rest you gave is not helpful at all. It's not helpful at all. So if you need more time, we can give you more time, but you give us a detailed list which members can respond. And finally, this is the word of caution, generally. I think you're seeing, Honorable Minister, why members are raising very, very many issues with your sector. Is to do with service delivery. And there is a general belief among members that maybe, even if we had issues of service delivery, then they were worsened by the merge of REA with the ministry. Now again, you're bringing to merge the whole energy sector into one company. I wish you success, Honorable Minister, in regard to that. I'm just, if you've read the signs, you've read it. Okay? And with that, I put the question that the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the electricity supply in West Nile be adopted with amendments. Those in favor say aye with proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, this is a very urgent matter. I give you only 1 month to table an action taken report as per Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure. And I want to clarify on the issue of action taken reports. You see, action taken reports, the government side has taken it to mean either annual reporting or biannual or quarterly. No, the time starts counting from the day the House makes a resolution, so that we don't have this business of compiling very many reports and we fail to give them justice that they deserve. So, Honorable, 1 month from now, the moment we come out of recess, I expect you to give us an action taken report, because most of the issues you could see, they are not long term, they are short term. By then, you will have addressed the issues to do with the recommendations of this committee. Colleagues, I adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2 p.m.